Good morning, everyone. You're up early. Thank you for being here. Last day of the World Economic Forum, not so easy to get up. Thank you to all my panelists to be here on time as well. We're here in Davos at the World Economic Forum, and we'll be talking about the future of finance, an exciting topic. I'm very happy about our panel because it's very diverse in terms of voices. We have the Swiss National Bank, we have the future of the CBDCs, which we will discuss. We have the Polish Regulation Authority, and we have Martin representing the World Bank. So we'll be diving into traditional finance. We'll lay out the scene of where we're standing, where are we, what is the status quo, so everybody's on the same page. We'll talk about how are European countries, especially Poland, looking at that. We'll look into the future of the different blockchain technologies and cryptocurrencies and digital currencies. And we'll look into the investment side. We'll look into the financial inclusion, which is a very important topic. And we'll bring in some examples of countries like China. All right, Thomas, would you like to kick us off and tell us where are we standing? What is the status quo? What are the difficulties? What are the big risks? Where are we? Is it really that bad and gloomy like everybody is saying, or are you hopeful?
Okay, well, thank you very much. The big...
Maybe you can introduce yourself.
So my name is Thomas Moser. I'm an alternate member of the governing board of the Swiss National Bank. So you ask about the big picture in finance. So it's clear when we look at traditional risk, traditional finance, we just come through a year with inflation fighting and significant increases in interest rates. And traditionally, that has been one of the risks if you increase interest rates very quickly, that you have problems in the traditional financial sector, in the banking sector. There were some accidents, obviously, but overall, I think they had nothing to do with the interest rate increases that we have seen. So far, so good. I mean, one of the big issues that I guess are very much discussed here in Davos are the geopolitical risks and the fragmentation of the world economy that goes along with that. And I think this clearly has some risks in terms of the financial sector as well, this fragmentation. More specifically, if you look at the innovation and the developments, and I think we clearly see, on the one hand, the increasing digitization of financial services. So that's on the one hand in payments, it's very obvious. And when I say, by the way, digitization, I think the jury is still out whether this also means blockchain or not, because you can have a lot of digitization without blockchain. We see that in payments. Most countries have already introduced or are introducing instant payments, which means that the payment flows are much faster. This gives a new risk or an elevated risk to the banking sector because customers can withdraw their funds much more quickly than in the past. That's something we have seen. In the US, we have seen it with Credit Suisse to some extent, that the speed with which people can move funds has clearly increased. So that's one thing. And then if we look at the digitization of assets, I think that's something we more and more see with traditional assets. We see digital exchanges emerge. We have seen that already in the foreign exchange markets for quite some while. And that also means that we have platforms that allow you to trade with algorithms, and that clearly also introduces new risks in terms of operational risks with algorithms. It introduces risks in terms of cybersecurity. I think this is one of the big things to look forward with this increasing digitization. So let me stop here to have the discussion. I think these are some of the issues that are on our minds.
Thank you so much. Jacek, as the chair of the Polish Financial Supervision Authority, I'd like for you to come in and comment on that from the European perspective. I know Switzerland is in Europe as well, but it's a neutral player. So how do we in the EU look at that, and especially Poland? And maybe you can bridge us already to the new technologies.
So my name is Jacek Jastrzębski. I'm chair of the Polish Financial Supervision Authority. I'd like to thank very much the Atlantic Council and Polish Development Bank, the BGK, for having me on this distinguished panel, and to be able to present some views from the position of the supervisor. And I fully agree with many of your comments regarding the traditional risks. So basically what we would like to say is the financial supervision is that, of course, we see many new risks related to the development and technology, but it's also fair to say that traditional risks are not gone. and development of technology makes some of the traditional risks even more acute. Like you mentioned the impact on the development of payments and 24/7 access to banking accounts, which facilitates the transfer of funds and makes deposits less sticky, which we have seen in the States. The other factor is, of course, the current environment regarding interest rates. What we see, this may lead to some increase in the both liquidity risk and interest rate risk. We, as regulators, need to respond. And just to give you an example from the Polish market, what we have come up with last year is a new regulatory requirement related to long-term funding, which bridges the topic related to interest risk and liquidity risk. So one comment which definitely I would like to reiterate is that new risks emerge, but traditional risks are not gone, and we've seen clear examples in the global market. It's also related to the topic that despite some forecasts from before 20 years, traditional banking is not gone. So probably we'll come back to the topic later on, but we are still waiting for, as one of my colleagues at the authority, he likes to use his parallels related to the automotive industry. So to use his parallel, we are still waiting for the Tesla of the banking sector. So the traditional banks are still in a good shape, and even though they face competition from fintechs, most in the payment area, they are still strong. On the new risks, you have already mentioned geopolitical risks, which is of course very relevant in the case of Poland. We have a war in our neighboring country after the Russian aggression of Ukraine. Of course, the risk profile related to geopolitical risk changed significantly. You have mentioned also cyber risk and operational resilience. This is very high on our agenda as the Polish Financial Supervision Authority. We are, as the financial authority, we are operating a cybersecurity incident response team, which is responsible for the Polish financial sector, and we have developed very good patterns of cooperation with the industry. That's also a topic that I would like to come back on later, because I consider this enhanced cooperation between the public actors and the private sector a very tempting alternative vis-a-vis further regulation. So maybe we are at the stage where further regulation or stricter regulation won't help that much, but they may make us lose the competitive edge. So I believe that better cooperation, more efficient cooperation, more flexible cooperation between public side and private side is a better route rather than more regulation. I would add one more risk that hasn't been mentioned before, and it is related to ESG. We consider the risk related to ESG more as a consequences of consumer behavior rather than regulations. So what we see is that regulations are a bit behind the consumer expectations, and what really drives the development are consumer expectations and consumer needs. And what we consider the major risk is, of course, the risk of greenwashing that may appear, and also the risk of the ESG factors being to some extent, I'm not saying discretionary, but to some extent judgment call. And just to give you an example from the Polish market, have a look at defense spending. Is defense financing ESG compliant or not compliant? I personally believe it should be treated as ESG eligible, ESG compliant, but maybe there should be some internal distinctions or divisions. That's a matter that we have to look at. But mentioning ESG, I would just come back to the first statement that I made in the very beginning. Focusing on the new risk, we cannot forget about the old ones, because even the last year's development related to some of the US banks, they have been commented in a way that maybe some institutions, they have overly focused on new risks related to ESG, but to some extent they forgot about the traditional risk, and we have seen the consequences.
Thank you so much. We definitely have to come back to the enhanced collaboration of private and public partnerships. I think that's very important. Inga, I'd like to bring you into the conversation as this future voice. You've been in this space for 12 years now, in the digital space, in the blockchain. You were in the traditional banking before, I think.
Yes.
Could you introduce Fluency to the audience and also share with us your views on where you think this is heading? I know we've been through the crypto winter and summer, and right now nobody's talking about it because it's a little bit under the radar for everyone. So where do we stand in terms of the new technologies after you have introduced yourself and Fluency?
Thank you. My name is Inga Malins. I am the CEO and the founder of Fluency. We are a software company based across 3 regions right now, the European Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States. And our primary focus is developing technology for CBDCs, both retail CBDCs and wholesale CBDCs. Personally,
central bank digital currencies.
Yes,
just for
I should have said that. Yes. Personally, I have been involved in personal capacity with the European Central Bank, working with them, supporting them on the Digital Euro project over the last 2 years, as well as the Bank of England, supporting them on Digital Pound project. When it comes to the future of finance, in my personal opinion, the future has already begun. When you look at central bank digital currencies, back in 2020, we had only 30 central banks working on CBDCs, exploring them. At this moment of time, we have 130 central banks working on CBDCs, and out of G20 countries, 19 are already in advanced stage. Also from the 3Cs region perspective, it is essential to say that back in June 2023, the European Commission published a digital euro policy, which of course is still subject to parliamentary approval, but there is a significant amount of work inputted from both the European Commission and the European Central Bank onto digital euro, which will be, of course, affecting the Eurozone countries, but also the financial institutions that today issue euro accounts. So that's something that from the technology perspective is significant, simply as CBDCs brings completely new features when it comes to the legal tender, and then obviously needs to coexist with cash and some other forms of money, as long as they will be regulated, because from my point of view, we can expect regulations when it comes to stable coins, cryptocurrencies in the European Union. AI, of course, is gonna impact the financial services sector, which is, of course, the part of the forum over the last couple of days. Definitely the key financial players should start already working, getting ready. Because obviously we all talking on different currencies, but we should also think about multi-digital assets. If we're gonna have a situation, we got digital pound, digital euro, maybe digital Polish zloty at some point, there is multi-CBDC interoperability necessary to ensure that we can still get the best of the infrastructure when it comes to financial services, which impacts the speed of transactions, which impacts the cost of transactions, so automatically the end user.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing AI into this. I think this was the first panel in Davos this week where AI was not mentioned in the first 15 minutes. So we'll come to that in the next round. I would love to ask also the Polish authority, the Swiss bank, how AI will affect you going forward. But before that, I'd like to come to Marcin. Marcin and I shared this stage last year. In fact, he was the moderator, I was on the panel, and now we switched roles. So Marcin, now I get to ask the questions. Please come in and tell us, you know, I'm very passionate about the whole financial inclusion aspect, and you will comment on that. But before that, I'd love for you to lay the scene for us from the US, from the macroeconomics outlook. Please give us some examples on where we are succeeding in financial inclusion. I remember my time when I was working with Rocket Internet, a German venture builder, and we were launching companies all over the world. Africa was leapfrogging by far because they completely leapfrogged from going from nowhere to mobile phones. They didn't have computers as we had in the rest of the world, in the, let's say, developed world. So where are we now? Who is leapfrogging, and what is this leapfrogging? Where is it taking us?
Sure. Thank you. Let me start by introducing myself. Marcin Piątkowski. I'm a professor of economics at Kosmicki University in Warsaw and lead economist at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., when I focus on promoting private sector development in China and Vietnam. What I want to do today with my quick, brief intro remarks is to make a connection between finance and development, and why actually all of this discussion matters to our daily life and all the key challenges that we're facing in the world. And I want to make a connection with finance and 3I, which is finance versus investment, finance versus innovation, finance versus inequality. So the challenges that we, I think, need to be discussing also in the context of AI, supervisory boards, digital currencies, and the rest, how does it actually help us globally? The issue that we're having on investment, so the first I is that for all the talk that we're having, for instance, on the needs to increase financing for the global green transition, we now know that globally we need more than $3 trillion per year of green investment, and we are not even 1/3 of a way there. So the big question to all of the central bankers, supervisory people, innovators would be, how can the financial sector and all this fintech that we're discussing actually help solve fundamental challenges to mankind or humankind, if we all agree that indeed climate change is a fundamental issue. So there's a $2 trillion plus gap in access to finance to support green transition. So that's a big question mark of what exactly can happen to mobilize all of these trillions of dollars, euros, francs that sit on deposits all around the world, and how can we use them productively. Second I is innovation, which brings me to an innovation in all kinds of roles, but also particularly in a role that matters for global development, which is the role of innovation in supporting labor productivity. For all the talk about AI in Davos, it's just an amazing hype. 2 years ago was all crypto. Why 1 year ago was all crypto, and we know where it ended up. I hope it won't be the same story with AI, inshallah. But for all the talk about this amazing AI promise, what we actually see in labor productivity growth worldwide is that it has declined. Last year, labor productivity globally was only half of the speed that we had before the pandemic. Only half, about 1.2% versus 2.5% before the pandemic. So what is going wrong? And I'm mentioning this because finance has a critical role in all kinds of forms, through banking, through startups, of actually supporting the very innovation that is needed to get back to the productivity growth that we had in the past, of at least 2.5, 3% a year. In advanced economies, you would be surprised, last year labor productivity growth was 0.5% versus 1% before the crisis. So how can we use money productively to first of all, increase productivity because it matters for development, but also to use finance for, again, for instance, green innovation, in which we are seriously underinvesting. And quickly, the third I on inequality. Who benefited from Bitcoin? Did Bitcoin make rich people richer and poor people poor? I think that's pretty much the statement that we can make, and we would probably all agree. So the question is there what is it that we can do to make sure that all the new technologies are actually not worsening global inequality, both between countries and within countries, but also the role, and then you asked me about financial inclusion, that it can have of bringing in all the poor people worldwide into the financial system. The good news is that over the last decade, the number of people worldwide that have a bank account increased from about half to about 75%.
Yeah, we disagreed on that in the beginning, but of course we have numbers. The statistics I know from the World Bank is, and I'm shocked about it every time, every third person is unbanked in the world. Can you imagine 1, 2, 3, you would be unbanked? 1, 2, 3, like it's insane. Of course, not in our developed countries, but in the developing countries, in the Middle East, where I lived for the last 10 years, maybe not in Dubai, but you don't have to look far. You know, Egypt, Indonesia, we mentioned in our conversation before. What are we doing, Marcin? How are we including those people into the society? How are we making sure we're making their lives better? I know innovation investment is super important. I mean, I've been in VC, so 100% agree with you on that. But how can we make the disadvantaged people, how can we include them?
So I would argue that it's now 1/4 of a global society, at least the recent data I've seen, that doesn't have a bank account, but it's still 2 billion people. So again, all this AI talk, all this Davos bubble we are all in, and 2 billion people around the world do not have a bank account. The example that I think could be useful, and the example I know well, I've worked on China for the last 7 years, and it's in an unbelievable example of a country that has leapfrogged a number of stages of technological development, pretty much today every single Chinese is banked, but not banked in a traditional sense of necessarily having a bank account, but banked in a sense that they can make all the payments, then deal with all financial transactions from savings to borrowing to spending from their phone. China, even though it has a level of income of about 1/3 of Switzerland and 2/3 of Poland, so it's significantly poorer than everyone else, it virtually has become a cashless society. The only people that use cash in China are foreigners and criminals. So I hope it's usually, most of the time it's not the same, but if you actually come to a store in China, you would be surprised that when you take out your cash as a foreigner, people just get panicky and do not know what to do with you. So I'm mentioning it as an example that indeed there are blueprints worldwide of how you can actually use even, I'm not sure if it's a Tesla of a banking system yet, but how you can go beyond the very traditional banking sector in China, which is virtually all state-owned, and into a new realm where everyone is fully banked, just fully based on fintech and new solutions. And then indeed a blueprint that is indeed a blueprint for countries elsewhere.
It's very impressive. With China, we also mentioned before in our discussions how Indonesia is very advanced. Inga, would you like to talk about Indonesia briefly, maybe on that example? How have they managed to introduce digital currencies and include, let's say, the majority of their society?
So Indonesia definitely is one of those countries, emerging countries, where financial inclusion is one of the top political agendas at the moment. The reason is, of course, the way that they're structured with over 100 islands that they have around Indonesia itself. So including people in those type of countries is extremely difficult. This is exactly the reason why CBDCs has become the main topic of over 60 central banks around the world. Financial inclusion, including ensuring offline payments without any type of connectivity, whether it's internet connectivity or mobile connectivity at all, is the key feature of CBDCs, including the European Central Bank. Obviously, the European Union is very different when it comes to inclusion. The United States is very different. Probably you would be surprised, but it's actually definitely worse than the European Union. Poland is actually one of the most probably digitally advanced countries with some of the solutions such as BLIK, which has been introduced and is very popular in Poland, and also outside of Poland is actually one of the most impressive tools I've seen that people talk about also outside of Poland. But when it comes to digital inclusion, that's also something that we need to think about. CBDCs definitely will address the issues that you've just mentioned, will address the issues of Indonesia or the emerging countries. But at the same time, we need to think about elderly. We need to think about our parents. They definitely don't use iOS, iPhones or Androids. They don't know how to digitally pay instead of just using a card or maybe cash. So that's something that we also were discussing during the Digital Euro project at the European Central Bank Advisory Group to ensure that while some BDCs will be introduced, they will address all the end user groups.
I think you don't really need an iPhone for digital payments. I think Africa or also India, they probably have very, very cheap phones, maybe even locally made. And I mean, in Africa, you can pay for 2 tomatoes with your phone. In India, you can pay for your little chai with your phone. Or even I just read an article on the way to Davos that you can go to a guy who irons your shirts on the streets and pay this guy digitally. So Thomas and Jacek, why are we so behind in Europe on this? Is it because of our regulations? It's wonderful that we're so well regulated. Maybe Jacek, I'll start with you. Europe is famous for its regulations, but is this stopping us from advancing quickly? What can we do? Where are you looking at, and how do you think can we advance that? And yeah.
So. First of all, I wouldn't agree that we fall behind, because actually I was happy to hear that both Marcin and Inga mentioned BLIK, which is the Polish payment standard, which was established initially by 6 of the Polish banks. Now it has become a very popular tool for payment initiation, developed by the banking sector. And actually, it's a very nice topic or very nice case that can be used both for discussion on the relation between traditional banking and fintech in Poland. It can be also used as a starting point for discussion on what you mentioned related to financial inclusion or financial exclusion, because Poland is very advanced in terms of digital payments. We have a very high level of acceptance of NFC payment methods or any cashless payments. So we are very well advanced. And the question is, as you rightly mentioned, may this become some sort of a reason for financial exclusion, especially for those who are not natively digital, because we can see that the popularity or the rise of popularity in digital channel may lead some of the financial institutions actually to limit to limit physical presence, to limit traditional channels, which then may lead to some sort of exclusion on part of certain social groups, especially older people or less technological savvy people. But so I wouldn't agree with the statement that we are falling behind. If I look at the Polish financial sector, Polish payments, I'm pretty happy with the level of development I can see there. Of course, also other risks arise in connection with this digitization. This is related to also to the exposure of individuals to new types of criminal activity. We have the risk of unauthorized transactions, we have the risk of fraud, we have the risk of data theft. That's also something that we as the supervisors are looking at, how to protect the most vulnerable groups in the society against these type of new risks that are connected to online access to funds.
Yeah.
But coming back to regulation, you mentioned are we overly regulated, and probably this is a topic that probably will be returning on. I believe we have reached a stage of regulation, as I said in my previous intervention, where further regulation, I mean the incremental value of further regulation is declining. So I would rather be looking at other types of supervisory or state activity other than coming up with a new set of more detailed regulation. I don't think it does really serve the purpose, but I'd be happy to elaborate further.
It's interesting. I don't know about you, but every talk I went to here in Davos, be it with Sam Altman, be it with Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir, everybody talks about how slow we are in Europe due to the regulations we have here. So I agree with you. We pay attention. We take our time. The EU AI Act took 3 years to be written. It's going to be taking 3 years until it's implemented. I don't say that we're falling behind, but I just think it slows us down on the global arena. Most of I think what is Alex Karp quoted yesterday, 84 of the startups in top 100 are from the US. I would love to see more European, Polish, Swiss startups in there. And I know Poland is very advanced. I think half of the OpenAI developers are from Poland. So Poland is doing very well on that side. I just think what happens often is that people go to different countries in order to make things happen. And that's unfortunate. I wish we could keep them in Europe, to keep our talent here, and that our governments would allow us to innovate quicker. Let's come to Switzerland, Thomas. I know you wanted to comment on China earlier as well. We spoke before we came on the panel about your personal experience in China, about your personal experience, how you really believe in digital currencies as well. Where do you think Switzerland is moving faster? Would you like to comment on that?
Let me start in Switzerland. I would agree with you. Switzerland, in terms of payment, we are behind. We were clearly not as fast. I think one reason here was not regulation, but was just that the legacy system was just too good. I mean, there were not a lot of pain points. You can pay with debit cards, you can pay with credit cards, you can pay with cash. Cash is still available. So I think the pain point was not very high. We are just in the process of introducing instant payments. We have iPhone or smartphone payments are just taking up very quickly. But I think we were a little bit behind there. Where we are not behind, I think, is in terms of DLT, blockchain applications. We have in Switzerland this famous Crypto Valley, the Ethereum Foundation is here. I think there we have a very helpful regulatory environment. We also were, I think, the second country in the world that had a DLT legislation. So a very clear regulatory and environment with a lot of legal certainty for startups. I think what we do in Switzerland well is actually attracting people, including from Poland. So it's not so much the Swiss often, but it's actually exactly what you said. The people come here to Switzerland because the regulatory environment is so positive for innovation and for special DLT applications. So we very much benefit from all these startups coming to Switzerland. In terms of the Swiss National Bank, I think we have also been benefiting from that. We are not working on retail CBDC. We have said that we do not see a use case in Switzerland at this stage. But given that we have a digital exchange already in Switzerland, fully licensed digital exchange, working since more than 2 years, we have just started a pilot in December where we issue a wholesale CBDC on that digital exchange, so that we have a live wholesale CBDC until mid of this year, and then we have to conclude how we proceed. In terms of China, so you mentioned my experience. I was last year in Shanghai, and I've been talking with Marcin about the retail CBDC in China. So the retail CBDC is out. My experience was you can get a wallet, you can get the retail CBDC, but you cannot pay with it because people do not accept the retail CBDC, and it's interesting to see that. So none of the taxi drivers or of the little merchants wanted to have the retail CBDC. They all wanted to have WeChat Pay or Alipay payment. Certainly they don't take cash anymore. So one of the theories, or one of the things I was told, is that these firms usually have a loan from Alipay. And so they want the firm to see the income that they have, that they get better conditions on their loans. So I think it's a very good example of how the private sector can bundle services in a way that the central banks cannot, or at least doesn't do. So there are a lot of advantages of private sector firms in retail payments, which I think makes it clear that central banks have to be very carefully, think very carefully about adoption, that it doesn't happen to them that they issue a retail CBDC that no one uses, which would be, I guess, at least a reputational problem for central banks.
Thank you. It's a really good example. And I wonder, I don't know, of course, if that's really true, but I wonder if it's a question of trust as well. Do people trust new companies more than central banks? No, we don't have to answer this question on this panel, especially on camera and on record. But Marcin, I'd like to come back to you and for us to talk more about what you mentioned before, this enhanced collaboration of private and public partnerships. Could you expand on that? How can we get there? How can we build more trust? How can we actually bring the banks into that so people trust Alipay as much as they trust central banks in China?
I think what was just discussed about China, what Thomas has said, I think it's very useful because I followed the example of the introduction of central bank digital currency in China. And a few years back, when the Chinese central bank announced digital currency, there was a flurry of articles around the world about how digital yuan will not monopolize the world. None of it has happened, not even in China, as we have heard from Thomas. So I think it's really important to understand that. I think that one issue with digital currencies indeed is a user case. Why would you actually need it if you can already pay with a credit card, with WeChat, with Alipay, with debit card, and whatever have you, with face recognition, which also China is, by the way, experimenting with. So it's sort of difficult to make a strong case of why it should happen. But I think I'm not sure it's exactly a matter of trust in terms of whether we trust the central banks. I think the Chinese trust their own central bank. Poles trust the supervisory authority, and I'm sure the Swiss trust the Swiss central bank. But I think it's a matter of feeling that all of your payments by definition are 100% surveyed, are visible to the government. And some people in various countries feel uncomfortable with knowing that the government that already knows so much about their lives would know much more. Even in countries that are with sort of less open political systems, I think the privacy issue is a big thing. So it's not necessarily trust. I think it's a privacy issue. People somehow feel more comfortable with sharing their data, also for pragmatic reasons, with digital providers such as Alibaba and others than with the central authorities. That said, I think it's useful for all, you mentioned at the beginning, there's 120 countries now around the world experimenting with digital central bank currency. Let them experiment. Let's see exactly what happens. Maybe we'll come up with a user case. So far, we have largely failed. not only in digital currencies, also in Bitcoin. As many of you in the audience might know the experiment in Salvador, when the president of Salvador made Bitcoin legal. That has also failed. So I think for all kinds of reasons. So I think a big question for our discussion today and a follow-up discussion is how can you make fintech truly productive, going beyond Revolut and sort of instantaneous payments that can really affect the things that matter, such as financial inclusion, development, climate change, and others. Thanks.
Yeah. Privacy, but also I think speed. You know, the startups, the companies that are small or even that can be bigger as well, like TransferWise and others, they can just move faster. They can give you loans faster. I mean, that's the whole point where microlending came up as well. Inga, I'd like to bring you back in as well and to comment because you are in this fast-paced environment. I know you spoke a lot about it already, but what is the future? Where are we heading? Where do you see us in Europe, but also globally in 10 years from now?
Definitely.
Also, there will be questions for the audience. Please get your questions ready after this one.
Definitely, it's refreshing to hear us. We had the chat just before our session that we separating crypto from the technology itself. And I think this is essential to say that blockchain is not crypto. Crypto is an asset. Blockchain is the technology which can be used in the future of finance for different purposes, including cybersecurity. Blockchain has massive benefits which has been undermined by bad marketing. That's my personal opinion from what I'm seeing. I think in the end of the day, we cannot put everything in one basket. And same is with AI. Surely we'll need proper regulations, and there is a lot of work needed, including collaboration with the private sector, so between the central banks and the private sector, to ensure that all the tools related to the future of finance work. And in the end of the day, they address the end user needs. So this is really essential. It was refreshing being part of the Digital Euro project, seeing Market Advisory Group, because over the last 2 years, all of us were advising them of how we believe from our perspective, the technology firm's perspective, the end user's perspective, the private sector on the intermediaries' perspective, what should be addressed. And that has impacted the design of Digital Euro, which also impacted Digital Euro policy. So I know this is not as maybe famous at this moment of time. There's still so much more communication required when it comes to Digital Euro and Digital Euro policy. Nevertheless, from my perspective, being involved with different CBDCs projects, I see the European Central Bank and that particular project one of the most advanced, also on the technology side, because it's very different to the one in Nigeria, it's very different to the one in Ghana, in Bahamas, and has a purpose. That purpose is ensuring that the transactions are seamless, also between the wholesale CBDC and retail CBDC. And wholesale CBDC, as we've mentioned in China, we have Enbridge project, which is pretty much successful. That's a cooperation cross-border across the Hong Kong Authority, China, Thailand, India, United Arab Emirates, and most recently Egypt, and ensuring that we have that seamless bridge without two types of systems in each central bank. So two types of fees that in the end of the day are going to affect the end user, the speed of those transactions, that's something that we've been focusing on.
Mm-hmm. Are there any questions from the audience? Do we have a microphone?
I can walk around. I can do my steps today. Yes.
Okay, so let's start with Kasia over there in the fourth row.
Thank you. Also a little bit of stretching. Hi, my name is Katarzyna Hanula-Bobit. I'm head of policy for Positive Money, which is an organization that works on monetary policy. So we also work on Digital Euro. So my question, we are digitalizing, right? So everybody's digitalizing. And the only form of public money is cash and coins, right? With a legal tender. So it's the only safe things in the world. So right now the CBDC and the Digital Euro make sense because we're kind of moving this to the digital and we're providing this as utility of a public money in the digital sphere. You are telling that it might not make sense because of the privacy concern and because there are already private sector. Two questions. From the financial stability point of view, if we're giving too much leverage to private sector, we know how it's ends. If we don't have deposit guarantees, then deposits are actually the private money, right? That's they're being there. So does it make sense from the financial stability to have digital euro? And the other question, is the digital euro with privacy something that cannot happen? So like the complete privacy as the cash as a legal tender. Thank you.
Is this for somebody in particular?
Whoever wants to take
Who would like to take it? Thomas?
Okay, I can start. So absolutely true. We need, I think we need central bank money for secure settlement. I think the open question still is, do we need it at the wholesale level, or where I think clearly need it, or do we also need it at the retail level? And I think there people disagree whether we also need it at the retail level. But some form of central bank money as the only really riskless monetary asset is needed in the economy, absolutely. And then the question, as you said, if we move towards a cashless society, as you said, the only access that the broad public has to government money is at the moment cash and coins. So I think that's a fair question. But there are a lot of issues involved, including what does it mean for the banking sector if central banks issue retail CBDCs. And I guess you know this discussion. So I think this is an open question. On privacy, I think this is a very interesting point. And we had at the Swiss National Bank a project called Tourbillon, where we show that it's possible to have the same level of privacy for the payer as with cash. So total anonymity, the report has just been issued in November. So it is possible, but it's difficult. So it's technically challenging, but there is cryptography available to make that happen.
Maybe I will answer the second one based on privacy, because that's something that I personally have been involved with. I think it's essential to separate privacy from anonymity. Anonymity is something that obviously people would like to have, and in the end of the day, anonymity is not something that we even have today. Let's just look even from the privacy perspective of our today's transactions in the current traditional banking system. All our transactions are tracked. Even if you think that you use NFC and somebody doesn't see this transaction today, even if you're using, I don't know, Elixir in Poland and so on, or Blick, all of those transactions are tracked. So we feel we have greater privacy today that we'll have with CBDCs in the future, but in all honesty, from the technology perspective, there's no difference whatsoever. However, from the European Commission perspective and the European Central Bank perspective, offline payments will be able to give you that privacy. To the stage that obviously you're gonna have a limit. From what I'm hearing, it will be about 3,000 euros limit on the offline side as well, so actually much larger than NFC payments today. But your transactions will not be tracked. It will be between two parties and that particular moment of time, and that's the communication, the official communication from the bank perspective. So is privacy at the heart of the project? It has been from the early beginning. We wanted to make sure that there's no difference to the way that privacy is treated today. Nevertheless, there is also a separate project conducted by the European Commission related to the centralized identity, which I believe in the future will be combined with CBDC's platform at the ECB.
Jacek, would you like to comment as well? You don't have to. We have more questions in the audience.
A very short comment. I would like to reflect very briefly on the first part of your question related to state guaranteed deposit. Indeed, as you said, recent times have shown that there's actually no viable alternative to state guaranteed bank deposits, and that's also one of the reasons why I could say in the earlier part of my intervention that traditional banking is not gone. That's the consequence of having this safe haven and no real alternative to guaranteed deposits. That's also what we've seen in the States, where the state guarantee was de facto extended to non-guaranteed deposits. As far as the impact on the CBDC on financial stability issues is concerned, we are not that far in these discussions in Poland as far as CBDC is concerned, but definitely it may change the landscape significantly if it provides potential customers, if it provides the society with yet another safe haven other than state guaranteed bank deposits. So in this connection, of course, it depends on many parameters, on the limits, on the thresholds, how you design the access of retail customers to CBDC, but it may be relevant in the context of providing yet another safe haven. Because now what we see, of course, on the deposit markets is even if there is a run, even if there are liquidity issues in one or more banks, the money generally remains in the system. Having another alternative would change the picture, or could change the picture.
Martin, you would like, or shall we take another question from the audience?
Just one comment on, and these experts know so much more the answers than I do, but just one point on user case for digital currencies. One thing I liked a couple of years ago when China's bank announced digital currency was the idea that we can fight recessions by virtually forcing people to spend by giving them digital currencies on their phones, which I thought was a useful idea. The usual problem for macroeconomists and macro management of the economy is when you're in a recession, you want people to spend, and you cannot force them to spend. You can lower interest rates, but they can still refuse to spend. So what you can do, you can give them digital currency, like $100 on their account, with an expiry date. So you have to spend the money by the end of March. And it sounds kind of very useful because in a sense, yes, a lot of people would go out and spend the money, otherwise they will lose it. But apparently this has not worked in China. You could argue that China now has a deflation, so prices are decreasing, not increasing, and you would think there's almost a perfect macro case for using digital currencies to support consumption, but for some various reason it has not happened. So I just leave a question mark that we have to work more about the connection between digital currencies and macro management.
Very interesting. Do we have another question? Okay, perfect.
Another Kasia. My name is Kasia Lasota-Heller. I'm regulatory focused at Orni, but more importantly, I'm president of Swiss-Polish Blockchain Association. I had already the pleasure to have Thomas on our conferences, and last time in December, I shortly met President Jastrzębski, and I have a question in relation to MiCA. As MiCA is on the way, and MiCA is the market in crypto asset regulations, which will require all of crypto assets providers outside of Europe, if they want to provide services in Europe, to be licensed in Europe, shortly explained. And my question firstly to Mr. Jastrzębski is, would you imagine that Poland will be like a fintech hub trying to attract companies from third country, let's say from Switzerland, to go for the license in Poland in order to passport it for the whole Europe? And to Thomas and to Inga, Thomas, you obviously from a public sector, not privately, but you see use for Swiss companies, use the possibility to go to Poland instead of Germany, France, and to Inga, which, let's say, Indonesian company will choose Poland to get the license in order to be active on a European market. So that's all.
Thank you very much for this question. Indeed, MiCA is one of our top priorities for this year. The implementation of MiCA in Poland. To answer your question briefly, I don't think we have the ambition or we have the goal of becoming a hub for crypto assets or cryptocurrency or any services related to crypto assets. And I would just like to iterate that I couldn't agree more with the statement made by Inga before, that we want to separate the technological side from the asset side. So we see, and this also goes back to one of the comments made by Marcin before, that sometimes we need to separate the technology and from the value that's related to it, because we have some projects that are, let's say, magnificent in terms of technology. They are really impressive, but the value related to it is, let's say, doubtful, or it may not be exactly what people would expect. So we have, to be honest, we have no real ambition of becoming like the real hub for crypto. We've been dealing with the regulation, and there is, as you know, there is this transition period in the MiCA regulation. How we see this transition period structure in Poland and in some of the neighboring countries, we may expect some inflow of crypto-related businesses to Poland, but it's more related to the transition periods, how they are structured in Poland under the grandfathering provisions of the MiCA, rather than part of our, let's say, strategy of becoming a crypto hub for Europe. So to answer your question very in brief, that's not part of our strategy. We try to focus more on promoting other use cases of blockchain rather than crypto. We have seen some examples in the Polish market related, for example, to e-voting system in the stock exchange. So blockchain can be used as a tool for for safe, secure, and private voting systems. So we'll be happy to explore options in the field of cybersecurity. We'll be happy to explore options in the field of consumer protection, of providing consumers with the product information with the use of DLT technology. So that's something which we'd like to foster and to support. Crypto, not necessarily, of course, we'll be complying with the regulation. We know we need to afford to the customers the level of protection that the European Union has decided to provide, but that's not our strategy to foster or to anyhow develop Warsaw or Poland as a crypto hub.
So access to the European market, of course, is very important for Switzerland in general. So not just in the crypto space, and there are currently again negotiations on the way. So I guess the first line would be to try to get access to the European market from Switzerland. If that's not possible, it's hard to say what firms will do. Usually the easiest way from Switzerland is to go to the Principality of Liechtenstein to get access to the European market, but I guess it's a very small place, so I hard to say. But I guess, but it's an important issue.
And from my perspective, talking about Indonesia, I don't really believe Indonesia will be ever interested to actually operate out of Poland. They're much more focusing on the Asian market when it comes to cryptocurrencies. Nevertheless, I understand the underlying reasons for the policy limiting influence from abroad, so that you don't have situations as you have had in Poland and other Eastern European countries, setting up offshore headquarters in Seychelles or British Virgin Islands, and then suddenly your accounts are hacked with cryptocurrencies, your money get lost, and nobody can even track it. So on one hand, you require from a regulator that you will be protected, but on the other hand, in order for them to be able to do that, they need to be able to apply this to the companies registered nationally. And obviously, every single jurisdiction has different regulations, which I believe are very important. If we want for crypto to be treated seriously, we need to definitely focus on cybersecurity and ensuring that its reputation perceives itself. But as I agree with you, and we had that discussion, it's refreshing to see that blockchain is treated separately, because I know there are a lot of talented engineers in Poland and elsewhere in the Eastern Europe, which are focusing on blockchain technology impact on cybersecurity, identity management, and so on, but maybe not necessarily on cryptocurrencies on their own.
We have time for one more question. While you're thinking, I'll comment on that. I strongly hope that we are treating that separately. I remember back before the pandemic, I was working on the blockchain strategy with Dubai, and we really made it very clear that it's not about crypto, it's the blockchain strategy. It's about making all government transactions paperless. I don't know if we have any efforts like that in Europe, but the idea was, let's put all government transactions on blockchain, so you don't have to come with your printed papers to one authority, go to the other. Everything is on blockchain. I mean, that for the health sector would be incredible as well if it's global. Imagine you don't have to actually remember what you have. Everything could be on blockchain. It would be such a benefit for the consumer. And talking about the benefit for the consumer, if there's no other questions, and I will go again, I actually would like to bring AI into this and see how will artificial intelligence affect the future of finance. In 2020, during the World Economic Forum in Davos, we spoke about AI a lot, if you remember. It became such a hype, and then of course the pandemic happened and our focus shifted. Then, like you said, March, the last 2 years was all about crypto. This is over. Now we're back to artificial intelligence, and I think this is not a hype anymore. This is real. If you see Sam Altman speaking everywhere, we are all probably using ChatGPT. Where do you see, are you implementing AI already for productivity within the Swiss National Bank, or making the finance maybe more customized for your customers? How do you see the future of finance with artificial intelligence in it?
It will clearly play an increasing role, and yes, we are using it, like most banks actually, for fraud detection and prevention. So that's where AI is already used for quite some time. And then I think in terms of algorithmic trading, it will play an increasingly important role. But there, I think as Marcin said, it will probably take a while until we will see that in the productivity numbers. I'm old enough to remember the internet being introduced. And I think the same puzzle then. So for a long time, it was kind of like with blockchain, it was some nerds doing something, and then suddenly it became commercially important. And then again, it took about 10 years until we could see something in the productivity numbers, because it takes quite a while to adjust all the processes to make it really productive. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar now with both with blockchain and AI.
Yeah, the internet was quite a big moment in our lives, but considering everything is moving so fast and so much more exponentially now, I think AI can become part of our lives much quicker than the internet really did. What are your thoughts, Inga?
Definitely AI has a purpose when it comes to the future of finance. On the other hand, the way I'm seeing this, it's a dangerous tool, and we need to be careful when it comes to data management and especially banking systems. So I think regulation is the key here to ensure that our data, our money will be safe with AI. And then again, when we look at the policies and blockchain, including CBDCs with the influence of blockchain, I think the introduction of digital euro policy is refreshing, because we can at least see which way this is heading. And the utilization of DLT on the wholesale side, which we've mentioned before, I think is essential, especially when it comes to interoperability, which has applications across different disciplines, not only finance, including pharma, for instance. It has the same on the cybersecurity side across all the disciplines. And it's the same with AI. I think as long as this will be regulated and there will be a limit, definitely has a purpose and can tremendously improve the processes on the user data management, on the cloud management, and many other purposes that probably we don't even hear about of AI today.
How about you, Jacek? Are you implementing AI already in your internal services?
Not yet at a large scale. But I would like to briefly come back to the blockchain topic just for one sentence, because we also see these potential benefits, as you mentioned, in the health sector, in the government, public services, in authorization, authentication, identity management. The question is, however, why it's not developing that fast as we have expected? Because we've been talking about this, the potential of blockchain for probably 10 years now, or maybe a bit less than 10 years, but still we haven't seen that prominent, that spectacular use cases as we expected that there should be. So of course, we as the financial supervision, we have certain programs dedicated to the support of blockchain technologies. We have the blockchain DLT sandbox. We support DLT sandboxes. We support them in our innovation hub. But for some reasons, and that's an open question, for some reasons we haven't seen that spectacular use cases like all of us probably expected some years ago. And now I move to AI, because this is also a valid question for AI. Will AI follow, or will AI provide us sooner with spectacular use cases that will change our world? We believe that we are still ahead of a proper, let's say, impact assessment of the AI. So we definitely recognize it as a very sophisticated, potentially very useful tool, but also a source of certain risks, and it has also its limits, because what we see now is that AI is very spectacular, it's impressive semantically. Semantically, it impresses us a lot. However, in terms of the content produced, it can be biased. So depending on the input data, you can achieve different results. So there are some risks inherent to it, and so we definitely consider this a potential revolution, but whether it will become a real revolution, it's yet to be seen. It can be similar to the impact of introduction of the personal computers. So from the market's point of view, the impact on the markets can be potentially that the markets will become much faster, much more interesting, but also much more volatile. So it may significantly increase the volatility of the markets, and also the risk related to this volatility for market participants. And one maybe general comments on the approach to regulation in the field of new technologies, and the open question that you asked, why is Europe sometimes perceived as being behind? I think that's to some extent related to the, let's say, acceptance of risk or risk-averse approach in the society. So what we see that societies with a higher level of acceptance of risk, that are not that risk-averse, they tend to be more innovative. So that's sort of obvious observation. But this brings me also to the conclusion that if you want to make our societies more innovative, then we need, I have the expression that we need to build some culture of acceptance of risk. And now what we see, for example, in the European regulations as far as consumer protection is concerned, is that some parts of these regulations virtually want to prevent the customer from taking any risk, or make the risk very difficult to be managed by service providers, which means that they are not able to offer services because of the level of, let's say, legal or consumer protection risk. So maybe the answer to this question lies in, let's say, maybe some educational approach, or let's say, some change of the mentality, and some introduction of some culture of accepting risks and of taking the risk and staying with the cost of the risk.
Yeah,
because if we don't move this direction, then it may be quite difficult to foster innovation, because innovation per se means higher level of risk, and this is the, let's say, the other side of the story.
Yeah. This was excellent. There's so much in it. I'd love to unpack so many points in what you just mentioned, because I'm passionate about many of them, but we are running out of time. Marcin, I would say this is your closing remarks now.
My closing remark is that if I wanted to be fully involved in finance, I would put a big slogan above my door: finance for the people. What I mean by it, that whatever we have discussed today, we cannot ever lose sight of that finance is only a means to an end, not an end in itself. We're doing all of it to make people richer and happier. So in all of the discussion about AI, fintech, blockchain, we always have to think, how does it affect what really ultimately matters? The investment, the green transition, the innovation, the labor productivity, the inequality, the financial inclusion questions. I think in terms of AI, I hope we are right that all these aspirational stories that we tell ourselves, including in Davos, they truly translate into reality. I trust and I agree and I hope that Thomas is right, that indeed AI will be like the internet, that will just take some time for the big productivity boost to happen, and a boost not only to productivity but also to our quality of life. I'm actually surprised by the number of serious people that think so seriously about AI, so I hope they are not wrong. And indeed, when we meet in Davos 10 years from now, we'll be like, yes, this discussion marked the historical breakthrough when AI really started to affect our lives in real way, which when you register for events in Davos is clearly not the case. So going back to the big point, yes, there's so much for finance to do, and let's not lose sight of what ultimately it is for. It is for helping our lives, making us richer, not necessarily Switzerland. I don't think Swiss is necessarily that needs all this growth, but we have all these billions of people around the world that need finance in every single way to make their lives richer. In all of these discussions, I think this angle is super important. Thank you.
Well, I think Thomas and Sam Altman and I agree as well that this is a big moment, as big as the internet, if not even bigger, but at least as big as the internet. Thomas, would you like to make some closing remarks as well? And then Inga, and then we'll have to close this panel. So just 30 seconds.
The closing remarks of Marcin were absolutely good, so I have nothing to add to that.
Inga?
Pretty much the same. The end user is the most important. And what I would love to see more is collaboration, because then we'll have a greater understanding of what AI is, what blockchain is, not crypto is, and so on. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much to the panelists. I really hope this was interesting and you learned a lot from this. You see there's a difference between crypto, blockchain. You see we're very hopeful, very optimistic. We believe in AI. I think myself that AI will really make a big difference. And I hope not 10 years from now, but let's hope next year we'll come together and see the change it has brought, not just on the productivity, but also on the way of including more people in the society, creating a more equitable future for all of us. And and giving us maybe more time for creativity, as they say, so we can focus on what really matters. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to my panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Clemens. I'm founding editor-at-large of Semaphore, a new digital publication that we've launched about a year and a half ago, and I hope many of you are reading it. It's a real pleasure to be here with you at the 3C's New Opportunities Hub. I want to thank the 3C's Hub, and I also want to thank the Poland's Development Bank, BGK, for sponsoring both this venue and this set of conversations that are going on. Very, very honored to be here with Věra Jourová, who is I want to get the exact title right, the Vice President for Values and Transparency at the European Commission. But if you don't know, she was one of the primary drivers of the GDPR, of thinking about, essentially the dark side, if you will, of connectivity and what can happen with privacy. And right now, struggles over privacy, thinking about, where does the human part of the equation fit into this digital world? And as we see struggles between democracy and autocracy today, let me just start out, and it's a real pleasure to be with you today. Let me start out asking, I know we can't go back in time, but to some degree, when you think about the fact that democracy is on its back, feet and trying to defend itself, and we see massive inequality continuing as you look at the impacts of the use of some of the digitized platforms in the sort of the wealth areas we talk in Davos. When you look at the spikes of influence of populist movements, was the whole digital venture worth it?
Okay, good morning. It's a sharp start. Yes, of course, it's worth it, but we need to make the most use of it for the benefit of the people. And this is what we try to do. With GDPR, we said, yes, this is a new era. We have to adapt to it. But we must not lose the individual rights of people in this endeavor. And, maybe you triggered my memories. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have a long...
But GDPR is a huge deal, and you were the only place in the world really to come up with a standard on privacy that became essentially the de facto standard for the world. But it's interesting, it did not happen in the United States. There was an effort in California, but it's very, very hard to do what you did. And so it raises the question, yes, you need to fight for the rights. The question is, how are those rights and how is that fight going? Or is the other side winning overwhelmingly that it creates this imbalance, this constant David and Goliath? And we haven't even gotten to AI yet. And what that may portend. I mean, AI is the big super theme that's being discussed all around Davos. But I guess the question is, getting it right after the fact is one of my concerns.
Getting it right, it's what we want to do in Europe. And it's not easy because there are too many new factors, new situations. The whole situation that the people moved to the digital space and they didn't take with them their rights. It's a challenging combination of things. And for us in Europe, I think it was essential that we trigger our natural instinct, also stemming from the history of European nations, when in some periods in history the rights of people disappeared or were weakened. And that's why I said that you triggered my memory, because I lived half of my life in totalitarian regime. And when I came to Brussels, 2014 already, a long time ago, I started to study the effect of the social media and digital space on the individual rights of people. And suddenly I saw how the rights are diminished and not respected in the digital sphere. And maybe it's too strong comparison, but I had some strange feelings. This is what I already experienced in my young age, that the individual is that small and the system is monstrous. And this fight between David and Goliath in Europe, we don't have any other method than to adopt the rule.
So you have a memory of that time where your rights were nil. And there are many places in the world that have that. We have a period of time where more than 4 billion people are going to be voting in this next year, 400 million Europeans out of that. And I guess my question is, why do you think your memories that are shared by many others are not enough of deterrence in this, because when you look around the rise of populism, you sort of see this, and even in Eastern Europe, in the area that we're sort of talking about with the 3Cs, or arena, I'm surprised by the attractiveness of parties that are rising that essentially are celebrating the past that you said made human beings rightless.
There are several questions in it, but I don't think we are blind or we do not react or we do not harvest on this experience. It's just the factor of speed, because the speed of the development of technologies is too big.
Right.
And the adaptation of the society is inevitably slow. And maybe another comparison with the Industrial Revolution, it took 100 years. And the speed was comparable, but now it's uncomparable how technologies are developing. I am here in Davos after 1 year. Last year in Davos, AI honestly was not a topic. This time.
It was not, yeah. It's huge.
Last year.
90% of it's hype.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Last year we spoke about the impact of social media and hate speech online and disinformation. This topic did not disappear.
Right.
But this year, on top of that, is the possible hidden manipulation of the individual voters, because elections are at stake. You mentioned it yourself. The hidden manipulation by means of AI. And for me, as somebody whose task is to protect the democratic system in the EU member states, it's a nightmare to see the combination of many elections, including the European elections, American elections, and usage of technologies, like combination of disinformation, well targeted on different communities. It's not homogeneous attack per state,
very directed.
Very well targeted. Because also there is private data available for those who are targeting the disinformation.
No, that's
campaigns.
exactly right.
And AI, which enables fantastic things like deepfakes 3 days before elections. We saw it in several elections in the EU. So that's why we are pushed to act. I'm a politician. You don't want to hear my analysis. You want to hear the solutions, no?
Yeah, I do. Well, I want to explain, because we have a lot of people watching online, and many of the people online may not be familiar with how Davos is structured. Imagine a beehive, and the Queen's Chamber is Congress Center. It's very hard to get in, very limited access. You got to be very special, an anointed master of the universe to get in there. And then all around the rest of the Davos village are lots of others. If we were to go do and talk to 10 people inside Congress Center on AI, I think overwhelmingly they would say AI is going to solve the problems of the world. It's going to be the next big economic generator. It's going to be the thing that unleashes so many new, it's going to transform all of society. If you walk around on the outer edge, you'll find maybe, I think, 50% of people, I mean, half will say that, and the other half will say, you know what, I'm worried about deepfakes. I'm worried about inequality will create. I mean, I'm worried about the downsides of this side. So I'm interested in how you see that. And you talked about elections of deep fakes, and I don't know if you're talking about Slovakia or where you're talking. I mean, Slovakia is part of this initiative here. And I'm interested in, do you, in your role, you're a significant leader of the European Union, do you have any methodologies or security measures that can be taken to prevent the application of deep fakes again? I have to tell you one little anecdote. President Biden didn't take this seriously until he saw a speech he never gave online. And it was a perfect rendition of Joe Biden giving a speech he never gave.
Oh, well, I was enthusiastic when I saw myself, my face and Lara Croft's body. Yeah.
Wow.
Not bad. But I will come back to the solution on deepfakes. It's amazing, the experience here, the reflection of AI, more or less informed. Not everybody is interested in the topic to understand the details. Inside the circles, in the Davos circles, presidential place, the place to be. Yeah. I heard the opinions ranging from total enthusiasm, I would even say euphoria, and dystopic kind of vision that it will demolish everything. I am somewhere more to enthusiasm, but we have to filter out the risks or minimize the risks and make the full use of the technology in all sectors, private, public. When you go outside and speak to, normal people, not the Davos bubble, the reflection is, I'm afraid I will lose my job. Yeah? And I think that we have to work in this direction as well. On what to do with the deep fakes. Indeed, it was used in Polish elections. It was used in Slovakian elections. I will skip Lara Croft. But what we want from the world of technologies are two things. Something I discussed with Adobe some years ago.
With Adobe?
Adobe, yeah. Yes, who developed the first kind of this thing. They told me that when they invent these kind of innovations, they always invent also the way how to kill it. 2 in 1. And I think it's a very strong call on the world of technologies. When you do things, you have to invent the way how to undo things. Something like antibodies.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the long-term call, and I think that this is also present in our AI Act, which is very much based on the very.
I hate to interrupt, but do you like the EU AI Act? Do you think it's robust and big and bold? I have to be honest, because I asked people and I said, do you think it's effective? And talking to the industry, and they said it's a hodgepodge. It was not literate in terms of it. I mean, what's your view of the act?
What can I say? Of course I do like it. I am signed under that. I went through those 37 hours of difficult negotiations. But of course, as every new legislation, it might have some downsides. I will come to it, but also still how we solve the deep fakes there. The first thing, do and undo. And the second, once the deepfake or the production of AI appears in front of the users, it has to be labeled. The users has to know, has to be aware that this is the AI production. We call it transparency request, and it's very much present in the AI Act. Also, I am now leaving the space of deepfake.
Would that be like a watermark? Would that be? How would you visibly see that?
Some watermarking, yeah, some label which will make clear to the users that pay attention. This is the production of AI. But on AI as a new piece of legislation, new and first one globally. It is a risky thing to do always when you don't have an example and anyone in front of you who already undertook the risk and now sees that there were some weak points. The difficult thing on AI Act was that part which covers the generative AI, ChatGPT and those very big capable models, which create the basis for many thousands of other smaller models. And here, I have to say, we were hesitant whether to go into that. Because the AI Act in its original version, without ChatGPT and these things, we took our traditional, already tested, European typical approach, risk-based approach, risk use cases, the list of risky technologies, like social scoring and insurance and banking sector, justice and so on. Then the sectors and situations where we don't see AI risky, and then prohibitions, biometrics used by the state against the citizens. But, so this was something which was more or less about how to regulate. Not if to regulate, but generative AI, it was if to regulate because it's too new, too unknown, and there were many voices saying we cannot regulate something we don't know what it is. Our response in AI Act is we don't have the luxury to undertake the risk without knowing where it can develop, and very fast.
It's developed very, very quickly. Yeah, how do you, I mean, I'm interested in this question, you know, like my friend Ian Brzezinski is here, and, you know, we're basically people who think about dark thoughts, nefarious players, bad people, and what they might do. I mean, that's essentially, if you're a national security person, you think about that. We had a person in America's past named Herman Kahn, thinking the unthinkable, and I've often thought at Davos, maybe someday I'll build a franchise on the edge of a villains conference, because villains are really interesting to me, you know, who look at how they would use tools to undermine society, benefit themselves. And how do you, as a leading official, get insight into bad things that could happen? Because I think it's not discussed enough of anticipating threats, looking at what could happen. You know, real nefarious players that you know, are seeking to undermine democracy, undermine trust in all the different dimensions. And I sometimes feel policymakers are really naive. Yeah, and so how do you strengthen your own sources of understanding what the bad folks can do?
The question is how the good guys can imagine what the bad guys will do.
Exactly.
We will never win this.
Well, I mean, I'll say guys or girls.
Girls, yes. Of course, it's the sad thing that I'm afraid there will always be space for big fantasy and big creativity of the bad guys. Millions ways of abuse of technologies, of course. But on the other hand, when we created the methodology for assessing the potential risks in the bad hands, ChatGPT, we say technology in itself can be dangerous. It's a first time in history. Yeah?
Right.
But for, let's say, traditional AI, if I can use this word, we did very thorough analysis, and we also discussed with the secret services, with security agencies, because it was mainly about security. And there is also a big space for the member states to do their job, because what we have in AI Act does not cover national security and defense.
Interesting.
We don't have competence to do that. And this is also the difference between us, what we can do in AI Act, and the executive order of President Biden. Yeah, just notice this difference stemming from the different competencies.
Can I ask you candidly, how is democracy doing in the EU? And I don't mean this facetiously, and I'm very sensitive to the fact that I sit here in the 3Cs platform where Hungary is a member. Hungary to me looks like a problem, frankly, it is not an outstanding example of democratic practice, and it is, you know, it is rolling back so many of the institutions that I think you in your role have said are vital and important. And then that is now made progress in the EU under the President Prime Minister of Slovakia. And so I'm interested in how you think that goes, and how much does the EU need to turn a blind eye to just hold itself together? And when does a red line get crossed where and when it comes to values and transparency and democracy, which you stand for, something needs to be said or done?
Oh, that's a difficult one. Well, democracy is the system where the people are in the driving seat. I never speak about Hungary. I always speak about Hungarian government. Because what happened in Hungary already several times, that the winner of the elections felt the pouvoir, got the blessing from the people to grab everything. Judiciary, media, academics, state administration, shrink the space for civil society. This is how democracy is being weakened. Because it means that in such society then the activity and vigilance of the citizens on what the government is doing is decreasing. Yeah, that the atmosphere in the country in fact creates bigger passivity and less vigilance from the side of the citizens. That's my theory. I think that it reflects the truth. So for me, a functioning democracy means that in each member state, we need to have demanding, active, well-informed citizens. And we need to create the conditions for this. And it's about each individual. That's why we adopted also regulation on political advertising, so that the people see, when they see the ad online, that this is paid by somebody who wants to influence my preferences. Decrease or gap in democratic or quality of democracy in the member states, of course, it's a problem for the EU. If the problem is in one or two member states, the whole EU has a problem, because the system, also stemming from the Lisbon Treaty, the basic rules, are tailored or based on the prediction of very high level of trust among all the members of the club around the table. And if the trust is not there, the system is eroding. That's why, indeed, we have plenty of work to protect democracy as we know it, and keep as many as member states in this kind of healthy democracy regime.
Let me just ask you a last question, and then I want to go to the audience and maybe get one or two before we go. But one
Something
question.
simpler, please.
What's that?
Something simpler.
Yeah, simpler. No, but I mean, I love what the 3Cs Opportunities Hub stands for in terms of looking at this area bordered by three of the Cs in the area, and looking at the deficits in infrastructure that are there. And so the thought, I think, in terms of investment in bridges, roads, connectivity, in a place that's traditionally just more clunky and less developed, some of it still residual from Soviet era lack of planning and connectivity, that this will not only create great economic opportunity, it also creates opportunities for resilience, economic resilience, and hopefully democratic resilience. And I'm interested in whether or not the EU, in looking at this region, understands the importance of that.
Well, this region has gone through fantastic transformation. As a former Minister of Regional Development, I'm still missing the sector, by the way. I was promised by Jean-Claude Juncker to do this agenda, and he didn't give it to me. But just in terms of GDP, between 40% compared with the average of EU, and now around 80%, well, it's a big difference.
Right.
Yeah. But you are right.
So when they get that infrastructure, and then it may be 120%.
There are gaps in infrastructure still. There are gaps in the preparedness of human resources, also for the technologies. We need to invest more in the eastern countries, Central and Eastern countries, in the applied research facilities. I'd like to see more centers of excellence in these countries, because it means also that it has the effect of keeping big brains and the people who can push the country up. It's one of our problems that the people from the Eastern European countries do not want to wait for the same level of opportunities in the East, and they simply use the freedom of movement and they go to the Western countries. The brain drain is big. So I appreciate the initiatives like 3Cs, because it's very practical. Transportation, telecommunications, energy sector.
One last before I go to Ian Brzezinski here. I've been thinking about what you just said about transparency, AI, watermarking, et cetera. You know, one of the things I think that's boring to most people. And so when you're looking at TikTok, or you're seeing deep fake videos of Tom Cruise or Joe Biden or whomever it may be, the question is, how do you do that? And what I don't see happening anywhere is a kind of highlighting deep fakes as bad. You know, centers in Bratislava that are dedicated to finding deep fakes and holding them up and saying, and telling the public, here's what we protected you from, and here is who's responsible. hanging people, not without due process, of course, but identifying the culprits who are behind this, highlighting them, turning it into, almost a celebration of success in protecting the public. The protection of the public sounds dismally in the shadows, where the fun stuff are the deep fakes and people feel, wow, the brilliance was on the side of the people who are doing bad. Is there anything creative like that to think about how to celebrate and get public enthusiasm for safety?
It's our big task. Between today and the European elections, we still have 4 productive months or 5. What I plan to do is to travel to the member states where there is a combination of the European elections and national elections. European elections are, in fact, nationally organized elections. Right. And to speak exactly about these things. Elections is the festival of democracy, but at this moment, we see at least 3 big threats. Cybersecurity, abuse of private, even intimate data for the political campaigning. Mm-hmm. So people be aware of it, that you might be manipulated. That's why we want the paid political ad to be also labeled when they see it. And the third thing is exactly what you referred to, yeah? Be aware that not everything you see online can be the truth, right. Is the truth. I don't speak here about disinformation because it's a more difficult story. Yeah?
Well, thank you. Well, with that, we're basically out of time for my part, but I want to go to a couple of quick questions. I know we're limited. We'll go to Ian Brzezinski, Ben Cumming. We'll see what we can get in there. Go ahead.
Let me thank you both for sharing your time with us today. You talked about, one of the defining features of our time being the collision between democracy and autocracy. And clearly, autocracy is on the offensive. And one of the key fronts of this conflict, of this competition, is the overlap between the information space and the digital space. We've talked a lot about defensive measures. Do you think the EU, do you think the United States and other democracies are doing enough to be on the offensive, using AI and digital tools, not just to defend ourselves, but to propagate the values of democracies and the principles of democracies, kind of like what we did during the Cold War? I have the sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we're too much in a defensive crouch. We need to have defensive tools, but we should also be, quote unquote, promoting our values, including into the space and territories of our adversaries.
I would say in the United States, there are groups like VOA and others that think they're doing that, but I think they're doing it badly. So, part of it is that just jump onto Ian's question is, do you think we can improve, some of what's going on? But your thoughts?
There are 3 things to be done better. Many more, but 3 main things. The first thing is what we do with the big tech. I'm coming back to the EU because I think that the space should not serve for mass manipulation of the electoral preferences of the voters. And this is all we do through the Code of Conduct against disinformation and the investments in fact-checking, what we now want from the platforms. But in many brains of European politicians, this is it. Facebook should be blamed for rise of autocracy. It's fake, I have to say. Because I think that modern democratic politics and politicians should get adapted to this new era and should be much better. We have to be aware that the space which will not be, I will use the word occupied, but filled in with our understandable communication and clear messages to the people about what will come next, what we plan for you, will be occupied by the adversaries very easily. So there is a big space for communication which the people understand. It's key because let's think about the level of uncertainty people live in now.
Right.
I call it liquid uncertainty because in our member states, the main source of uncertainty differs, state by state. In these countries, of course, it's Russia and the war. And so this is the platforms space, our own communication, and coming back from out of the noble circles go to the streets and ask the people, what do you fear of and how can I help? The third thing is to renew the strong position of independent media. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
The media are declining their ability to survive economically. The trust in media also decreases. So these three factors has to be deployed. Otherwise, we will give it like that to autocrats.
Right. Thank you. We're going to do quick questions, these two, and then we'll wrap it up. Yeah.
Hi, Ben Cumming. Obviously, the EU AI Act is poised to be a landmark piece of legislation on AI, sort of the first of its kind in the world. So it's very important for it to be an example that we get it right. Are there any lessons from GDPR and its implementation that you would want to see applied to the implementation of the EU AI Act?
Thank you. And then right here. And then just, you're going to wait. Okay.
Commissioner, I'm deeply impressed about your insights, but you mentioned so many pain points from the EU. What are the optimistic outlook for? What 5 points, please, where we can have optimism towards Europe?
Great, thank you. And we're going to wrap that up there. So,
I'm deeply impressed by your willingness to listen to me. Thank you for that. To optimism last, but it sounds like planted question. No, it's not, of course. We took lesson from GDPR. Already you can see it in Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, and now in AI Act. We did not decentralize the enforcement of it, because the really big issues and big potential breaches and risky endeavors from the technological world needs, sorry, I would say big animal to deal with it. That's the European Commission. So that's why we followed the example of the competition policy. Now we have the enforcement in hand for Digital Services Act and AI Act. In GDPR, we have the decentralized structure. All the years I am in the Commission, I am asking for more coordination, more strong voice from the center, which calls on the member states' data protection authorities to take same or very similar actions on same or similar breaches. It doesn't work so well. Yeah, so centralization of the enforcement. Optimism in Europe. Well, I think what we see in the digital mirror is much worse than what the reality is. Still, it can get worse. But I think that in reality, European Union is the place, I would say, the best address the people can live. And European Union is driven by millions of people who want to construct and not to destroy, who want to cooperate. We have fantastic international or in cooperation like this initiative. We kept the principle and value of solidarity. For me, solidarity and cooperation, it's just evidenced in everyday operations and actions. It's the main source of optimism, and I think that we can keep it. If you remember, Ursula von der Leyen at the beginning divided the portfolios, and one of the portfolios was called Protection of European Way of Life. Mm-hmm. Do you remember the hysteria around that? How come? How do you want to say that there are some who do not want this? Or you remember?
Yeah, I do.
And I said, what's wrong? Europeans love their way of life. They just want to be more certain that security and prosperity will be guaranteed for them. And so I think that we should rely on our steady and stable values, which is, as I said, cooperation, solidarity, And on top of that, of course, the main pillars, which is democracy, fundamental rights, and rule of law.
Well, European Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency, Věra Jourová, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Give her a round of applause. I also want to thank
Very much.
BGK and the Atlantic Council Europe Center for sponsoring today's program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
last year I was sitting on the same seat.
So welcome everyone to the 3Cs Hub. I forgot I need to have this. Is it working? Great. So welcome to the 3Cs Hub. We're so excited you could make it here at lunchtime. Actually, thank you for being with us for the last 3 days. Very exciting. This panel will focus on energizing a sea change in Central Europe's energy transition. And as you see, we have a wonderful lineup of speakers today in the panel. My name is Valbona Zeneli, and I'm a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council Europe Center. I want to start by thanking the Poland's Development Bank, BGK, and also our center at the Atlantic Council Europe Center for organizing the 3Cs Hub. This program will be shared also on social media, so if you'd like to tweet about it using X, you can just use the hashtag 3Cs Hub. As I mentioned from the very beginning, this will focus on energy, which is one of the main 3 pillars of the 3Cs initiative, together with infrastructure and digital. With this lineup of speakers, we're trying to focus on discussing the role of infrastructure development in ushering the green transition, promoting clean energy investment, the role of the energy in the pillar, as I mentioned at the very beginning, of the 3Cs, but also highlighting the important role that the region can play also in the European Union when it comes to green transition. Let me very briefly introduce the speakers, and we're waiting also for another speaker to come. We'll start with Minister Anna Birchal. She's a special envoy for strategic and international relations with Nuclear Electrica. She was a former Deputy Prime Minister for European Affairs of Romania, and she's focusing now on promoting the company's ongoing strategic projects, particularly with North American energy and security partnership. In her previous roles, as I mentioned, she worked on, she was also Minister of Justice and a Minister Delegate for European Affairs. She has over 20 years of experience in law, foreign policy, and international relations. It's great to have you here today.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you so much. And then Ms. Karen Carniol-Tambour. She's the Co-Chief Investment Officer with Bridgewater Associates. I'll be very brief on their introductions. You can see them online too, but it's very important to have such wonderful panelists. Karen is a World Economic Forum Young Leader and was included in Fortune's 40 under 40 most influential leaders in business in 2019. And most importantly, she has been named to Barron's list most influential women in US finance for the last 3 years. It's wonderful to have you here with us.
Thank you for being here.
We'll wait for the chair of the Export-Import Bank of the United States, Ms. Lewis. I hope she will be able to join us later. Mr. Maxim Timchenko, he's the Chief Executive Officer of DTEEC. He has been with the company since its foundation in 2005. And under his leadership, the company has evolved into being from a regional conventional energy company into Ukraine's largest private investor, as well as leading energy company. So we're very excited to have you here today. Let me start with the first question for the panel. We all know that Russia has always used energy as a weapon, and I think it was a very hard wake-up call also for the European Union, for the Europeans in 2 years ago. It has shaken the foundations of European security, where one of the pillars was really focusing on cheap gas from Russia. It's been a tough realization for the Europeans that things finally have to change for good, and energy diversification is part of energy security, but it's part of the security of the European Union. There is this program, the Repower EU, since 2 years now, that is focused on 3 pillars: on saving energy, producing clean energy, but also diversifying. So I want to start with Anna, with the question of how has, and Anna, you have been very vocal when it comes to this issue. So how do you think how has Russia's repeated weaponization of energy affected the three Cs and and its energy pillar? And how is the region adapting, starting from your country, Romania, but also more broadly the region to the new situation?
Firstly, thank you so much and good afternoon, and thank you for all and each of you for taking time to be with us today, being physically present here or online. I have to congratulate and huge thank you to the 3Cs house, and especially to Beata and her team. It's amazing. This is my lucky seat though, because last year I was on this one, so I hope this year will be a great debate as well as last year. And special thank you to Atlantic Council, because, and allow me to say a few words about the 3Cs initiative, because we weren't be here today, and I'm not meaning just physically here in this wonderful house and with those wonderful, panelists and debates that they've been happening in the last days and today and tomorrow. But practically this initiative would have not be here and get the results so far, and laying the foundation, the strong foundation that we can build for the future without the efforts of Atlantic Council and US. And I can tell you from my personal experience, because I've been involved with the 3Cs initiative since 2017, and particularly in 2018, when as a Deputy Prime Minister, I was, and with Beata and everybody in Poland, we've been pushing and we launched in Romania the Business Forum and the fund. And, last year, again, we took advantage of the great success of the 3Cs fund, and Beata had an amazing idea with the whole team and everybody involved in the 3Cs to really launch the association. And I will come back to that for a second, because this is important for all of you from the business community, because it's involving you directly, and you could become members, and I encourage you to become members, because that will be a great success story that I will be happy to report next year along with everybody involved in the initiative. So this is an initiative that was, as you know, was launched to actually give a boost and give a chance to Central Eastern Europe countries, but the whole countries from the 3Cs, where we could develop and involve the business community in developing those interconnectivity projects. And in those three strategic domains, energy including, because energy, and now I'm coming to your question, energy has always been seen in our part of the world as a security matter. So, I recall it in 2018 and 2019, when, quite frankly, weren't that many courageous countries or courageous politicians to take the stand and say, hang on a second, watch out what Putin is doing, weaponizing the energy. Well, in fairness, and I take great pride and honor, and this is not to, promote ourselves in front of you, because, this is well known, it's been public, but it is a reality that in 2019, it was Poland and Romania, and I was the one from Romania, who on the record said on and on, including in Brussels, informally and informally, saying, watch out what is going to happen, because the way Putin is going to use energy is using it as a weapon. And unfortunately, we were right. And we wish we weren't. And that's why if more people and more countries and, quite frankly, more people from the EU would have listened to us, probably today, for sure, we would have not been in the situation where we are today, when, including, as we speak, Putin is attacking the critical infrastructure of the energy in Ukraine. And I will come back to that in a second. So, I think there were hard lessons learned. But you know what? At least I'm hoping that learning those lessons, we are actually preventing it in the future, because Putin is not going to stop of not trying to weaponize the energy. And we really need, and I'm pleased to notice that now at the EU level and everybody was waking up to realize how dangerous it is to allow the energy to be weaponized. And yes, we are very right to look at the energy from the security point of view. And I'm coming back to Romania. And energy, it's not just an economic issue. It is a strategic security issue. Because I can give you the example of Romania. I'm very proud of my country that since at the beginning of the nuclear power plant, we are the only one in Central Eastern Europe who from the very beginning, and that was more than before I was born, we took the decision to actually go with the North American technology, with the CANDU technology. And that's why we are having now 2 reactors working, producing nearly 20% of the energy of Romania from those 2 reactors. And we are building 2 other reactors with the same North American technology, as well complementary with the SMRs that we are promoting. And I think it's a great example where, strategically speaking, having a courageous decision, because it wasn't that easy from the whole Central Eastern Europe countries to be the only one saying, we are going with the North American technology, because it is important in the energy. Who are your partners and who do you trust to be your partners? And that's why I'm particularly happy that the US companies and other companies are investing in the energy sector in our region, because, as I said, for us it's a matter of security as well. So I think, going forward, we need to be alert, to continue to be alert, and to block any initiative of trying to weaponize the energy. Because as I always say energy, it's a basic human right as well as it is a matter of the security. And we do have a great opportunity now if we are combining our efforts. And that's why I encourage to look very closely at the projects that are being promoted on the 3 Cs and now through the business association on the energy front as well, or especially on the energy, because we are talking today about the energy.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. Great points. I think we're going to come back to some of that. Let me just go back to one of your points. Do you think that the Europeans are still in a reactive mode? Are you afraid that in the future we might see the willingness, at least, I don't know if it's not work hard or not, to go back to business as usual? How do we make that sure that we really, energy diversification, which you mentioned is a issue of security, it's an issue of resilience. How do we stick with that?
Well, I am very happy to see that at the EU level, it was realized and is now being promoted to allow the energy mix, the diversification of the energy mix, to allow it at the level of each member state. And I can give you the example of Romania. We are in a very good shape because we've been having this good balanced energy mix. I mentioned the nuclear, so we have 20%, and if we are completing, when we are completing the 2 other reactors plus the SMR, we will be able to be an exporter of the energy security in the region. As we speak, we are helping Ukraine from nuclear electrica. We are helping Ukraine and Republic of Moldova as of speaking today. But likewise, we have a good source from the renewables, from the hydro and so on and so forth. So, I can wish to have more solar in my energy mix, but guess what? In Romania, the sun is not shining as long as in Portugal. So that's why this is a concrete example of a good realization at the EU level. And it's not a criticism. It's actually now saluting, realizing that you need to allow the energy mix to be established based on the realities on the ground of each member state. And this is happening now. So that's why I'm confident that the hard lessons that they've been learned through the horrible things that are happening in Ukraine, I'm confident that we will staying alert, and as I said, we will be discouraging any
attempt of weaponizing the energy. And that's why the business community has an amazing and great role to play through through the association. And if you have more time, and I encourage you, please speak with Beata and her team, because he can give you the examples where you could become a member. So each of you could become a member of this association, and this way you will have the chance to be part of those those projects that are actually securing that never ever the energy should be weaponized. Look, there is a chance to go as business as usual. I think will be pretty dumb, to be honest with you, if we will be allowing that. And I apologize for the language, but that's the reality. We will be silly to allow that to happen. So by promoting all those sources of the energy, and again, I'm not going to go back to nuclear because I am, involved in those projects, and Romania has a great expertise on the nuclear. And from that point of view, please look at Nuclearelectrica, because we are very happy to share from our experience, including from the regulation point of view, because in Romania we have a very strong regulator on the nuclear field. So I think practically, if we are seeing the sources of the energy, like for example the energy from the nuclear, that is not the most, nuclear is not the bow in the room that everybody is supposed to run from. In fact, it's been
the narrative that's
that was the narrative. But you know what? That was the narrative encouraged by the ones that either they were ill-intended or they were acting with the ill intent of weaponizing the energy, because it is science, not politics, when that the sources of the energy from the nuclear, the source of the energy from the nuclear is one of the most cleaner source of energy. So, that's why I'm pleased now that, by looking at different sources of the energy, and they need to understand that they should not compete with each other. Okay, they should be a complementary with the common goal of securing the energy as being what the energy is supposed to be, an instrument and the base for developing your country and giving your people the right to have access to a affordable, sustainable source of energy.
Yeah, thank you very much. And most importantly, it's security. It's about the security of Europe. Karen, I'd like to turn to you, and I'd like to see this more from a macro perspective. Over the last 3 days here, we have heard people from the business community, we have heard policymakers, we had a panel with prime ministers from the region talk about the importance of investing more and linking the 3Cs initiative with the green energy. But we also know that the region needs more investment, private investment too. So what I want to ask you is that, how do we make that, in order to make the region an ideal place for these investments to come? What do we need to have? What is the legislative infrastructure, let's say, to create a friendly business also environment for those investments to invest in the 3Cs countries? Also, when it comes to what should the government do in terms of offering subsidies to companies that want to diversify, want to look more into the green energy. So what would you recommend to these countries in Eastern and Central Europe in order to develop the environment to attract more investment and be successful in the green energy transition?
Well, thanks for the question, and it's great to be here. From a very macro perspective, and we're not deal makers, we're very much macro investors. Just like you suggested, private capital decides where to go very much according to the landscape that policymakers set. And so you should think about it as the policymakers sort of create a landscape and rules of the game that, combined with kind of economic realities, then direct money and where it ends up going. And well before Russia ever invaded Ukraine, Europe obviously made it a goal to say we'd like to cut down carbon emissions. And not just that, we want to be a leader in this. We think we should be a leader in this. And if you kind of very broadly split what governments do and kind of the landscape is, they have carrots and sticks, right? And so you can address the desire to, green your energy mix with sticks, tax carbon, have a cap and trade scheme, limit supply, tell people they should never do coal again, et cetera. Or with carrots, where you put out incentives, make certain things more economically attractive than kind of the economics of whatever the energy lays out at that point. And prior to Russia ever invading Ukraine, I would have said Europe was like the world leader of the sticks approach. So everybody else was kind of scared to go down the path of really putting a price on carbon because the experience of either creating higher inflation, because now it's more expensive to do things and have energy, or creating a supply shortage where now you're telling people don't do coal, maybe eventually you'll have less energy. Most countries were relatively scared of doing this. It was very obviously politically unpopular in the US and so on. And then Europe had kind of said, we're going to be a leader in this, and became really the leader in setting up a structure that was discouraging of business investment in areas that were carbon heavy, and not that much on the carrot side. A lot of sticks, not a lot of carrots. And kind of feeling good about themselves. They were world leaders in this. And I think Russia invaded Ukraine was a shock and a trauma that really led us to a world that Europe's not going to go back to. Most importantly, because it made acute that dealing with your problems through supply shortages is a miserable experience and is a path for complete economic failure way bigger than whatever is happening with just your energy system. So realizing that, we talk a lot about growth going up, growth going down. What happens to growth where you literally don't have energy to run the economy? That's a very big deal. And so I think that trauma of actually having supply being limited made that stick approach seem a lot less appealing. And there was a sense of, well, we can't do this through supply limits, right? Like we can't possibly allow this. And so in some ways, I think it was really good for Europe because it showed Europe that this is a security issue, and it showed Europe that it's going to be really painful to deal with this if what it means is taking the economy offline. Then I think what kind of further encouraged that sea change in mentality is the whole world suddenly waking up to a world where there was inflation after many years that were very deflationary. And so if you kind of had a gravitational pull of inflation towards zero, so you didn't have to worry about that much, suddenly you had inflation again. And so when you start looking at things like, let's tax carbon, do you really want to create more inflation? And I think the United States had this realization. It was like, wait a minute, if we couldn't even get ourselves to tax carbon when there was no inflation, there's about zero chance that now with inflation back and it being a security issue and so on, and now having seen what supply squeezes are like, there's no way that that's the way U.S. is going to go. And of course, we all know what the U.S. did, which it went hardcore into carrots and became kind of the world leader in carrots, if you will, with the Inflation Reduction Act. The IRA was basically, let's throw everything we can at forget the politically divisive area of taxing the carbon. Let's just give a lot of incentives and take the economics as they are and say, how do we shift them further? Now, it's very important to remember that policymaking never starts with a zero, right? The whole world had a policy background that actually encouraged more coal, more oil, more gas for many years, because that was a foundational thing for development. So you're not starting with a landscape of zero. You're starting with having created an environment that in many cases it was wise, ahead of concerns about climate change, to actually favor some of these energy mixes. And so the United States went pretty far in saying we're going to put a lot of carrots on the table. And honestly, carrots feel better for everyone, right? Because you have every individual person making a decision, they never see a higher price and say, oh no, I see a higher price, so I have to change my mind and now go do something else. Instead, they see a lower price and an incentive to do something they wouldn't have otherwise done, a profit opportunity. Where does it not feel good is on the fiscal side. Someone has to pay for all of these subsidies. And the United States didn't go through the trauma Europe did of having the energy squeeze and then needing to subsidize businesses and households to keep the economy from shutting down. And so the fiscal issues are real. And unfortunately, they're more real for Eastern Europe in many cases than they are for some of the bigger European economies, simply because you're talking about smaller, open economies where the ability to, finance the debt, especially if you have your own currency, which obviously places like Poland and Hungary do, it needs to be thought out. And so there's a natural limit on how many carrots you can give, even though that's clearly, kind of the right answer. And I think Eastern Europe is kind of at a crossroad. The rest of Europe first got very angry about the IRA and then realized, okay, well, we should probably catch up and start doing things like this too. And I think we're kind of at a crossroad of what's it going to take to shift the policymaking environment to use the fiscal space you have to give as many and as effective of those carrots that you sort of can to galvanize private capital to go where it needs to go, and try to use the things that give you more fiscal room, like getting rid of subsidies for what you don't want. So if you still have subsidies for coal, you can just replace them for subsidies you want more. That's the way you kind of move private capital into the areas that you want it to be.
Could I complement something that, as a concrete example, because you rightly mentioned that Central Eastern Europe is a little bit exposed in terms of the energy, and I go back to the nuclear, where again, US realized the importance of the energy in terms of the security in our region and is stepping in. That's why the Project Phoenix was launched. And if you look at the Project Phoenix, it was based on the success story of Romania, an example of Romania with the SMRs. And the role that we are taking to promote the SMR technologies, because complementary with the traditional civilian build reactors in the nuclear. But I was mentioning in my intervention that from the whole Central Eastern Europe countries, Romania was the only one who was going with the North American technology. What does it mean this? You have a market of at least 200 billion euros that is there for grab for the US companies and other companies to step in and to go, because we took the decision not to go to any other technology, well, not with the Russian technology. So, having the Russian technology in the nuclear in Central and Eastern Europe, guess what? All those projects are being now promoted and developed because the nuclear is regaining its place in the energy mix as a source of a good clean energy, as I mentioned. That's a good example where you could actually not just give us the security, but it's very lucrative from the business profitable point of view. So the Project Phoenix, it was mentioned in Bucharest, it was launched in Bratislava, and if you look at the countries that are being in this project with the support of the US Exim. Because they are financing this, are the countries, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and other countries from the initiative. So it's very right what you're saying, but this concrete example of the Project Phoenix, it shows how we actually we are taking care of not allowing the previous behavior to allow the energy to be used for other means than the means that's supposed to be used, not as a weapon.
Absolutely. And Anna, that's why I like this panel, because I really like talking about projects that have been successful out there. We have discussed the political will to do more, but as you were saying, we need to bring in, the private companies with new technologies, with Western technologies to work in these areas. But I'd like to go back to Karen. So you explained, Karen, what happened in the United States. So if you see from the perspective of investors too, that want to do more when it comes to green energy, what would you say are the main areas that you see great potential in the 3Cs countries?
Well, what I would say is that one of the things that worked really well with the Inflation Reduction Act, was really remarkable, is that all the companies that had heavy emissions or were even close to the topic of the IRA in a very general sense got very involved with trying to explain to the administration what were the issues that made it uneconomic for them to make certain investments. And so, one example of this has been relatively public is the US oil companies sort of said, okay, you keep telling us we should worry about fugitive emissions, but there's no direct money to be made in cutting fugitive emissions. So here's roughly what it would cost, here's roughly what it would take to make that a money-winning proposition for us. And so by the time the IRA was really engineered, there was a lot of understanding of which small amounts of subsidies could then release much bigger sets of capital to come after and serve more purposes. The one note I would make is that if you kind of look at the different industries in Eastern Europe, you have a lot of industries that have opportunities to be transformed. And a heavy emissions profile and a sense of technologies that could be picked up and transform them. And so I really think it's on policymakers to understand what are the limitations from taking that corporate cash and action and borrowing capacity and going after those opportunities, and how can policymaking change that?
Yeah,
Thank you very
the
much.
concrete example is with the cold mining, cold plants that actually are, are used for the potential deployment of the SMR. And, Chair Lewis knows this a lot because she is behind big time of the, not just Project Phoenix that I mentioned earlier, but supporting all those efforts in our region.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Lewis, for joining us. I know that you had a very busy schedule, so we're excited you're here with us. We started this conversation, and we're looking at from also the idea of the private sector, what needs to be done more, where do we need to invest? Karen was talking about the regulatory framework and how to create all the necessary conditions for the green transition in the 3Cs countries, but more generally in Europe. I'll let you breathe a little bit. I'll go to Mr. Timchenko. And so we're talking about what needs to be done, but I want to hear from you. I know that you are one of the main pioneers in Ukraine, but also in the region when it comes to these green transition. If there is success stories that come from the region, I think in this case, these are from Ukraine that are coming in the midst of the war. So please tell us more about what you have done and what do you see some of the areas of the greatest potential for a future green energy transition.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting and asking this question. But if you allow me to go back to security.
Absolutely. I mean, that's related to security.
How Russia weaponized energy. Just 2 years ago, 40% of gas to Europe were coming from Russia. 40% of coal coming from Russia. I remember European voices saying that Nord Stream 2 is purely commercial project. And a lot of facts that unfortunately our European friends were so naive, thinking that Russia can be a reliable partner in energy. Today everything changed. And today I think that we all understand that we cannot talk about European security not only in military, but in energy without Ukraine. So we are the largest private energy company in Ukraine, having 55,000 employees, and going through all these 23 months of the war. Not only on military front line, it was energy war, as you rightly said. In October 22, Russians started massive shelling of our infrastructure. In our case, we lost 50% of our generation capacity by the end of last winter season. And we experienced national blackout in November. Such a damage of energy system of our size that never been experienced in the world. And since April 23, we did everything possible to restore all this damaged generation capacity. We built stock of spare parts and equipment. We produce enough coal and gas in Ukraine so that we grow through this winter season. Moreover, we did export of power out of Ukraine. And that's just one example how Ukraine can play the role in energy security of Europe. I remember first weeks of full-scale invasion when Ukraine stay isolated from all energy systems, because on the first day of invasion, we disconnected from Russia and Belarus, but it was 3 days test period as part of synchronization program, which should be done in 2025. But we disconnected forever. And then three weeks we were insulated regime, and I'm so grateful to our European and American partners that we managed to connect our grid with European just in 3 weeks, although it was scheduled in 24, 30 months. And at that moment, what we said, please help us now, and we will help you in the future to become more secure. Why? Ukraine has one of the highest potential in wind and solar. We have a lot of land to build more. We have the second largest deposit of gas, natural gas. And we have the largest gas storage in Europe. And the reality is now that First time when we have 3 BCM of gas in Ukrainian gas storage, brought by European traders in summertime. We, as a company, during the war, built new wind farm, invested 200 million euro, and now we in principal agreement with our partners from Denmark to build the second phase, investing 450 million euro, just 100 kilometers from the military front line. We do export of power out of Ukraine, green power, or clean power, because 56% in our generation mix is nuclear, can be seen as a clean power. Our company, Ukrainian company, built the first wind farm in Romania for the 10 years, and we are proudly saying that. We commissioned it last month. We built new solar farm in Romania as well. We restored new transmission line, restored transmission line with Poland, and all happened during the war. And this is very practical, very concrete examples how Ukraine contribute to energy security of European Union. What is missing today, and I'm talking on behalf of our company and corporate sector, private sector, is capital. Unfortunately, today we have very limited access to capital as a private company because of situation in Ukraine. And unfortunately, absolute priority of IFIs, EBRD, EIB, and other institutions is to provide funding to state-owned companies. It's probably time to change this policy. It's probably time to help us, because we know how to build. We demonstrated that we can do it during the war. We're in this business for more than 20 years, and I'm talking about my colleagues as well. And probably it's time for US Exim Bank support GE Vernova and bring their turbines to Ukraine and build new wind farm with us, because we have ready to build 650 megawatt by end of this year. Probably it's time for DFC to help us in further development of our SMR projects, because today we are the largest coal mining company and thermal power generation, but also we are the largest renewable company in Ukraine. And this is the way how we want to make this transition and bring this technology to our coal power stations. So this is what is happening in Ukraine. And can you imagine what can happen after the war?
Exactly. Well, Maxim, I want to follow up on that, because I know that you are very strong, your company, but you personally too are very strong into pushing the low carbon growth. And so I want to discuss more, hear from you what could be some of the areas, but also you mentioned the barriers, and we're going to talk about private capital also with Chair Lewis, but what are some of the barriers that you have felt over the since 2005 that you have been involved in your company? In Ukraine, but also what you have seen in the other countries of the 3 Cs. Where do we need to speed up? Because I think, all the changes that we saw in the European Union, I think the European Union reacted very well under crisis. Things that will have taken a long time to go through, it looked like we reacted quickly. So what do we need? What are the lessons learned? What should we do better?
It's true. I was so surprised seeing how united the European Union in bringing this 40% to less than 8% by end of the year. That's extraordinary achievement in terms of gas supply and share of gas in generation mix. So again, based on our experience, we can build 380 megawatt wind farm in 20 months. It is impossible to do it in any European country. So in this sense, development, access to the grid, support of local authorities, and all other factors in development stage of the project is very favorable in Ukraine. And probably it's something that can be learned from European countries. So we had experience with all support, and I was also very, very pleased to see how supportive was the Romanian government in helping us realizing this project. But I think the development stage and time for development should be squeezed. It should not be taking 5, 10 years for some countries. It's one barrier. The second, we need to build more interconnection. We need to start investing heavily into the grid, because green transition mostly associated with the power generation, solar and wind. But now grid, battery storage, we need to bring more flexibility to the system, and we need to make sure that during different times of the year, power can flow from south to the north, from north to the south in Europe, including Ukraine.
Thank you. I know that you had a meeting with the EU Commissioner for Energy right before our panel, so I hope that you have some good news when it comes to more investment on renewable energy, but maybe you'll share with us later. Chair Lewis, we were waiting for you. I know that in terms of even starting with the commitments that the U.S. took at G7 summit in Japan back in May 2023, Exim Bank has been very much involved with the objectives to advance digital and energy infrastructure worldwide. And I saw also one of your interviews where you talk about low and middle income countries that require robust infrastructure, so you understand what is required in these countries, and that the US will be ready to support and help these countries, but also supporting US companies that want to invest in the area. So how do you see the 3Cs initiative from that perspective of supporting these countries, but also giving a stronger hand to US companies in terms of creating the certainties also of reliable investments in these countries?
That's so right on point when you talk about how can we give not only American companies, but how can we give the foreign buyer who want to purchase goods and services, and I have to emphasize services because people think it's not, from our US businesses. We as an institution that lends on commercial terms, it's important for us to be working with organizations like the 3Cs. From the very beginning, when Beata was coming with the delegations, talking about the transition that was taking place in the US in terms of how, from a just straight commercial side, where would the US institutions be in order to provide financing resources in the region. And so we were really excited in the work that we did, not only at US Exim, but also with our other colleagues at DFC and with TDA, Department of Commerce, Energy, and the like. The reason I bring that up is because we all know that one agency cannot do it alone, let alone one corporation can do it alone. We believe that, one, we're working as a whole of government, and in the whole of government, I think you recently just saw that US Exim participated in a number of delegations, one to Poland, one to Romania, where we had the ability, not only were we working with our ambassador teams there to promote the letters of interest on the different types of projects. At this time, it was nuclear, small nuclear reactors, but it was also, we wanted to send a signal to the market, and that's what those letters of interest, we believe, produces. Because a lot of what happens is people just don't think we're in the market. And so when we can work with the company or work with the sovereign in the region about projects that they're doing, that's a first indicator. The second indicator that we can also do that people don't know that XM has available in terms of another tool is our Engineer Multiplier Program, which is called the EMP. And so we just most recently awarded one in the region. And when we did in Romania, what that did was it allows for work that can be done in the pre-implementation stage. So feasibility studies and work around consulting services in terms of trying to get the project off the ground. That particular amount, 57 million, that we work very closely with the Minister of Energy on, goes to if the project is fully funded, it will fold into the loan. So nothing is wasted there. I think the thing that is also important for us is that in 2023, we signed over 20 co-financing agreements. Many of those were also in the region. We did 7 MOUs, Memorandums of Understanding, in 2023. Why that was important is because as export credit agencies, we need to understand how we can work together. And so when they can ink that, understand that memorandum or that co-financing agreement, the co-financing agreement operates as a one-stop shop. So people don't have to run around from agency to agency or export credit agency to export credit agency, especially if there's 2 or 3 in a particular transaction. They can come to one, whoever is the lead, and begin the work because we're all bound by similar terms and conditions. And so we can cut the time, we believe, in terms of trying to move these projects along. We spent time a few short months ago in Romania talking to all the leadership, just like we did in Poland, talking to all of the leadership. We are guided by our ambassador and their team, but it is not something that we do alone. In terms of how the foray was made, it is about the fact that we all had to have deliverables, because XM is transactional. I mean, so when you speak about the G7 and the PGI commitment, when the president showed back up this year, he wanted to, all of our government agencies, what have we done? We were proud to say and be a part of at XM that we had done $907 million in a solar project in Angola. We are now on tap for about another $1.6 billion. Also around mini grids, also a project again, and it happens to be in sub-Saharan Africa, and it happens to be in Angola. I say all that to say those PGI commitments forces all of us that the president made and the commitment that America made, it forces all of the government agencies to step up and to show that we can be there to make sure that America lives up to its commitment. So just recently, like 2 days ago before I came, we had a PGI meeting at the White House, led by our National Security Council, where we were definitely all on point as to what's the next phase, what's the going forward. And we need to be it's of course all about infrastructure, but in those pillars of whether it's health, whether it's gender, whether it's digital technology, we need to be expanding our outreach. And so the only way that we're able to expand our outreach is the pipeline. We have to talk and be in settings like this where we can find out and learn early about projects so that we can then pull all of the resources that, say, an XM bank would have to bear, to try to be in that particular transaction to help an American company or a foreign buyer.
Well, absolutely. This is great news. And as you pointed out, it's not just, a comprehensive approach, whole of government approach of the U.S. together with other departments, but it's also bringing knowledge about opportunities that exist out there. But I'll say one of the most important things is also the reputation that the U.S. Exim Bank brings. And that creates the agglomeration effect that it attracts more interest from the private businesses. And I was talking more times now during the panel about the importance of using in the nuclear also U.S. technology. And that's my second question for you. It looks like, and I want to talk about the Western leadership, which is very important in a strategic competition also context, that, the U.S., Germany have led the solar and wind renewables. And how, why are we allowing China, for example, to take over or try to take over in some areas? Is it time for the U.S. and other European partners to think about a 2.0 approach in terms of funding newer and better options? Because all the countries of the 3 Cs, they are members of the former 16+1, now 14+1, because China saw an opening in terms of investing and lending money to these countries that have an infrastructure gap, both digital, energy, with the other core, Western European countries. So what should we do better in terms of to be at the forefront of technological developments?
One of the things that we have been asked by Congress to do is to use some different financing tools that we have when any of our American companies are in direct competition with the PRC. And so Congress awarded us with the lending cap of about $135 billion. We've spent about almost $35 billion of that in terms of authorization. We have another $100 billion. I say all that to say, when entities see the fact that XM can fund projects as large as $900 million, almost $1 billion, it sends a different signal that they thought that that was not the, we were either not, one, in a sector, or two, we didn't have the ability to lend up to that amount. So there, we have no cap. We're looking for projects. We have to look for projects. On the front where we call it CTAP, it's our China Transformational Export Program. It allowed us to provide some additional flexibilities around content. It allowed us to have some additional flexibilities with terms and conditions. Now, all of us in the G7, we abide by the OECD rules, which then this year in the negotiation allowed for some additional terms that are longer now. And so we're able to also provide up to about 22 years in these projects that we're doing. And that's pretty remarkable because people need that length of time as these projects are moving and getting off the ground. And then just one last comment. When you say, is XM bringing, it's, from a reputational perspective, we have had a long-term reputation of the ability from a financing institution to analyze these very, very large and complex transactions, whether it's from a financial perspective, whether it's technical, whether it's legal, and then, of course, from an environmental perspective. And these are some very challenging deals. And so that's why when we can band together or collaborate with our other ECA partners, that is one of the things that we're looking to do.
I think a super quick comment on this topic was just that I think that often, both throughout Europe and in the United States, but even more so throughout Europe, there's a lack of acknowledging just how much money China spent to get ahead to where they are. And that when you look at the spaces that are where they're really coming in and competing with Europe, like car industry, I mean, this is like Europe's pride and joy, right? And you have China coming in and suddenly being extremely competitive in electric vehicles when these should be European, national champions. It's forgotten just how long and how, kind of relentless China was in developing that capability. They invested in EV technologies for well over a decade, and at any point you could look and say, let me tell you all the money that they totally wasted, that they tried and it failed, and they tried and it failed. But they had a long-term view that it was worth trying and failing because strategically this would be a big security advantage for them. And they weren't going to go and fight over every dime or think short term, even when particular programs failed. And so when we look today and have now the fear of, oh my God, are the Chinese really going to beat us in EVs in Europe? We should be leaders in this. We need to remember that it takes that kind of thinking and that we're dealing with competitors that we're willing to, really invest.
Why we need
okay, and I understand exactly where she's coming from, but one of the things that's most critical is everywhere we travel, everywhere I have traveled these last years, they want new technologies and they want American technology. Okay. They want the technologies that's going to work. They want technology where in the workforce is hired in country, not bringing it in. They want to understand that when this project is over, that we are partners. And so I haven't been any place, nobody wants to have anybody choose. People want the best. And in the best, they have been asking more for American companies. One of the things that we have found is that our American companies don't know. So we have to spend a lot of time working with the embassy, working with the Department of Commerce, marketing to American companies about the opportunities in the region, but then also they want to know, is XM going to come along with them?
It gives the security.
It gives them that ability to understand that if you are doing projects that's backed up by the full faith and credit of the United States, then it gives them security and stability to know that they're going to be in a region where America is going to be right there with them all along the way.
Yeah, and that's what I want to underline what Chair Luis was saying with the concrete examples. In Romania, I was talking at the beginning, where we been showing that U.S. and the U.S. administration, U.S. government, and U.S. companies are here not just from the commercial point of view, but from the strategic point of view as well. And I can look, it's not because you are present, but it is fair to say that, through Chair Louis' personal efforts and her wonderful team and all the other agencies, including USTDA and DFC and the Department of Energy and Department of State and everybody in the administration, but particularly to you and to your team's efforts, when we got the 2 letters of intent for the nuclear projects in Romania, that gave not just security and confidence, but actually was the signal to the market and to the region that forgive me my language, but that's how we view it, that the Americans are here for good on a medium to long-term basis on projects that are so crucial and so strategic. And Chair Luis, may I allow me, please, with one humble suggestion. Beata, and through the 3Cs fund and hub that we are hosting here at the house, we launch in Bucharest the business association of the 3Cs. And I think we could use together our efforts and with the Atlantic Council to promote among the US companies the great opportunity of not just becoming the members of the association, but being part alongside, having the backup of the US and US Exim, strategically speaking, that they could actually be partners in those projects that, quite frankly, from my point of view, and our point of view back in Romania, is seen as a strategic security matter as well. But again, thank you for all your efforts that you're doing, because practically you are helping us not just to build up our resilience in front of what the Russians are going to continue to push, and the Chinese for that matter as well. That in our nuclear power plant, they were blocking the development of the 2 other reactors just because they didn't want Romania to become independent. And now, since the efforts that we've been doing together since 2019, we managed to unblock that and be at forefront. But those letters of intent, and the letters of interest from the US Exim was the concrete signal that actually you are there behind those projects that are assuring our resilience but independence in terms of the energy security.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that's why events like this are great in terms of raising awareness, as you were pointing out, Chair Lewis, among the U.S. companies on what can be done, what are the potentials out there, such as in this 3Cs initiative. I have more questions, but we only have 10 minutes left, and I'd like to open the floor to take any questions or comments from the audience. Please, you can have the microphone. Quickly introduce yourself, please.
Konstantin Magaletsky, Green Recovery Fund, Ukraine. I would like to reiterate the message of Maxim Tinchenko that there is a very big issue in Ukraine in terms of basically absence of any capital, especially in terms of equity for Ukrainian green projects. Yes, and in terms of green transition, Ukraine is the largest country in Europe, as we know, and it's like the green transition in Europe wouldn't happen when we have like Poland, Romania doing all this great transition in terms of green and basically zero transition in Ukraine, because it's like in terms of nature, there is no borders. Yeah, so I would like to reiterate to those who could be involved and influence the situation that even during the last several years, there was zero equity investments from IFIs and others into this field. So it would be great if related institutions, including like DFC and others, could step up their involvement in Ukraine. Thank you.
I think we hope that the work that we do, and actually our mandate says we are there to help crowd in finance, that we cannot, supplant that. And it's not just from an XM perspective. I think as we look at our other governmental agencies like DFC that we work very closely with, that's what we're trying to do so that our exporters can bring in American technologies into these processes. but also for us to be able to work with the lending institutions and others in the private sector. And I think you are so right when you say organizations like Atlantic Council, who gives us additional convening opportunities to bring people together to not just talk about where we are, but to also be very practical and in reality about the projects that are going across the region that need financing. Because, we don't know everything about what's going on. We only know what's actually walking in the door. And that's why our presence at meetings like this and throughout the region and actually showing up. I think half the battle is about showing up. But not only showing up, you got to then deliver some results. And so when you see us be able to do what Anna was describing, whether it was in Romania or Poland or through other regions, other parts of the region, then people have that belief that this is solid and that we want to see all types of projects that are coming to us. And so when you look at whether, like you're saying, whether it's wind, whether it's solar, whether it's hydro, nuclear, we're open for business. And we're open for business not just by ourselves. We believe that working with our co-financing partners, we can have a greater impact.
Well, another topic that we don't have much time to discuss is LNG. And even in terms of communication in Europe, all the narrative that was created in European countries that LNG is much more expensive than other types. So that's very important in terms of communication too, in raising awareness. But thank you for your comments. And I think this is just almost all women panel. That's why it has such strong deliverables, I think, at the end. I think we have time for, 2 quick questions, please.
Hello, my name is Maxim Bogdanovich. I'm here with the team of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, and I'm also very happy to see Karen on the panel because I had the pleasure of interning at Bridgewater last summer, and
I remember. It's awesome to see you.
Yeah, so I have a question. Since we have such a panel representing both the public and the private sector, which is related to what the Ukrainian speaker brought up about the absence of investment into the Ukrainian energy sector. I guess the most important issue that's preventing investment is the fact that it could be bombed. So is there, right now during the war, so is there any way that, say, public initiatives could take the downside on potential losses from the security concerns on potential investments in Ukraine, and then the private, which could incentivize private sector, maybe not necessarily Bridgewater, but other representatives, to invest into Ukraine, given that the losses from, say, an infrastructure project being derailed because of an attack or some other security issues are covered by a fund that's set up by the coalition of Western states. Thank you.
And this is even more important for the future when we think about reconstruction and all the ideas. So maybe we'll take Jan's questions. And then
thank you. I'm Ian Brzezinski from the Atlantic Council. So on behalf of the Atlantic Council and BGK, thank you for sharing your time and insights today. And the Atlantic Council will always take up your offer to convene events, particularly on the 3 Cs. With that, you've talked a lot about the opportunities of green energy. Talk a little bit about what makes the 3 Cs region distinctly attractive for investment, perhaps in the energy sector, if not beyond.
Well, from our perspective, it is about their commitment to renewables, energy storage and energy efficiency projects. XM, speaking just for XM, we have a congressional mandate in this area to make more financing available. To be able to see partners in the region looking and trying to fund those types of projects is very important for us. It helps us meet our mandate, separate from actually meeting all the goals that we all have to meet on the climate side. Then when you look at the G7, the PGI pillar, renewables is also right there. And all of the, I would say, the countries in the region, they're compatible to all of the work that we're all trying to do. So that's what I think makes it important for us. Our pipeline can only grow if we're seeing those kinds of projects. And now I think we've begun to see many more of them. Just like when you're talking about on the Ukraine side, we've always had at XM a commitment on the Ukraine, and we are hopefully very close to a financing We have met with and worked with numerous ministries around their priorities there, and I think that will, once culminated, when we finish, the transaction, it will be another signal in the market that we are trying to continue to interest more American companies to be there now, to take up the mantle now. We know it is important, and that's one of the reasons why I spent a lot of time with the Commerce team, Department of Commerce team, to really educate our U.S. companies about what's going on. Not just from the security side, but where the opportunities may be, but also they want to know what the challenges, they want to know who is going to be standing alongside of them. And so I think that the region is going to be, just there ripe for opportunity.
Let me just briefly connect the two questions because I see such a connection. My lens is very much speaking to institutional investors all day. And I think institutional investors want to invest in Europe because, honestly, Europe is priced well, right? Like the US is priced at a premium, a very similar company in Europe versus the US. You're going to get good pricing in Europe. The euro is competitive, the other currencies are competitive. So there's a desire to be in Europe. That said, investors don't necessarily, they look at some of these risks, they don't even know how to underwrite them. And it's not reasonable to have, one project become the reason that you hire a whole political team just to be able to deal with this one thing. So it's easier to just say, you know what, I'm just going to take that off the table. I'm going to do a Europe fund that doesn't touch risks that I just don't know how to underwrite. So that's why these public-private partnerships, organizations like yours, they can just unleash private capital by saying, this thing that you're not an expert in, let me help you take that off the table, and then you can bring the expertise you actually have. They want to be in Europe, and then the other thing I didn't mention, which is probably obvious, is a lot of institutional investors have a very specific mandate to spend money on the energy transition. They've literally been told by their mandates, it's not, you could make an argument that you could actually make money being the last investor in coal. We don't want you to do that. We want you to take your money and make it part of our national commitment to get to net zero. So they're looking for opportunities to do that. That means that they'll do it even at some discount because they want to be in that space, but they won't do it if they just can't underwrite a risk that they say, well, I can't go back and say I have this risk I have no idea what to do with, which is why these partnerships matter so much.
No, and I can give you another concrete example where the cooperation between Romania and the US led to the creation of the Phoenix project that was launched in Bratislava, and I know your schedule was so tight at that time, and yet you took the time to come and launch it because the presence, as you said, it's very important to educate. So practically Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, so all countries from the Three Seas region are going to benefit from this partnership of the US by advancing the promotion and the deployment of the SMRs technologies in our region, which is another aspect of securing our energy.
Absolutely. And so I'd like to point out at the end two key things. We're talking about also ESG principles. So it's important for sustainable development. So it's not just, how to invest in energy, but what the companies need to do to gain that reputation and continue to be, profitable in their businesses. And then the second thing, I think we tend to forget on both sides of the Atlantic that the foreign direct investment is the core bond of the transatlantic economy. It's 6.3 billion a year. So that is even sending those messages that we think sometimes we forget. That's the main markets where US companies invest in Europe and vice versa. That is very important. So thank you very much for being with us today. This was a great panel. I think it's just the start of the conversation, and we hope that many of these will continue, and I will have some real deliverables. And so when we meet next year here, we'll come with a list of projects that have been implemented. Thank you again.
Bring those projects. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. Such a pleasure for us together here today for this topic that we'll be discussing in the next hour and some minutes with a delightful panel of formidable speakers whom I'm very delighted to invite to stage. Above all, first of all, Mrs. Beata Daszyńska-Muzyczka, Professor Soichi Noguchi, and Professor Jagit Singh Shrai. Please be seated. Thank you very much. And actually, I think we could spend a fair amount of time just introducing you. These are very lengthy and very, very impressing descriptions of your bias. So I will just do my very best to be as brief as possible. But starting with you, Professor. Executive Chief Fellow at the Institute of International Socio-Economic Studies, Project Professor at Tokyo and Nihon Universities. Did I get it right?
That's right, that's right.
And above all, perhaps, a very accomplished astronaut who was the first one to fly on SpaceX Dragon 2, right? And was officially certified by the Guinness World Records as the first astronaut in the world to accomplish 3 different methods on Earth entry: runway, ground, and ocean, right? And interesting enough, because these days you oftentimes ask the AI to verify things or just see if there's anything else to add. I just found out this morning that the AI spelled out that you also hold another world Guinness record for the longest time between spacewalks, which is 15 years and 214 days today. Quite a feat indeed. Professor Jagit Singh Shrai, who is Director of Research in the Department of Engineering, Head of the Center of International Manufacturing at the University of Cambridge. And Dr. Shrai is co-chair of the World Economic Forum Council on the future of advanced manufacturing and production, and it puts to UNCTAD's annual Industrial Development Records, most recently on investment in the digital economy. He also leads IFM's Digital Supply Chains Industrial Consortium from 2015 that involves leading multinationals collaborating on digital supply chain transformation, and leads the healthcare research team, and across Cambridge he co-chairs the Interdisciplinary Research Center on Global Food Security. Welcome, Professor.
Great to be here. Thank you.
And Her Excellency Beata Daszyńska-Muzyczka, Special Representative of the President of the Republic of Poland of the 3Cs Initiative, and former President of the Management Board of BGK Polish Development Bank, a visionary and the initiator of the 3W initiative that you will hear more about later on. Thank you very much. The subject that we're about to tackle today is so broad in scope that we hardly could tackle all its dimensions. So we'll just cherry-pick certain subtopics that you're experts on, and we'll try to deep dive into this for the next hour or so. And first off, Dr. Noguchi, from space to Earth. You must have brought a lot of meaningful insights from up there to down here. And I wonder, in terms of all the imperfections of how we deal with sustainability these days, and in terms of how we see sustainability, how we address it through technology, what are the major themes that are close to your research that you focus on and you would like to highlight today?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Special thanks to Polish Development Bank and, of course, this 3C Hub project. And very happy to be here. It's action-packed week. And yeah, today I have two speech opportunity, and tomorrow there is one more, and that's the end of the week. And it's nice to see the end of the tunnel is coming. It's sad to see that the end is coming. Anyway, today I'd like to talk a little bit about how the technology can help the sustainability issue on the ground. As Machette kindly introduced me about my career, I was fortunate enough to fly 3 times to space, And each time, that's a kind of a best kept secret. Every time you fly on the spacecraft, NASA give me a new patch. That's a space shuttle, and that's a Russian Soyuz, and that's the SpaceX Crew Dragon. So 3 flights and cumulative, and that's another best kept secret is every time you pass 100 days, they give me this patch free. So I got 3 of them, 344 days, and each day definitely counts toward my professional career, but you don't have to spend 300 days. You only need 1 day or 1 glance back at our Mother Earth and to understand this is very beautiful planet. And it's worthwhile to make every single effort to keep this beautiful planet sustainable. And back to your original question, what we can do to help. And I have a very short pitch that usually I use at the university when I talk about those sustainability issue to teach the young students. I have to start from the scratch. So forgive me, it's starting from a very basic point to the up to how we can implement the technology. Let's start. So basically, we know that the SDG goals and the 17 goals that the United Nations set back in 2015, and we can set to the 3 layers. That's basically the biosphere, the sea, salt sea, fresh sea, soil, and of course it's all those forest. And those biosphere will support our society. And then on the top of the society, we have economy to bring all those activities together. And what we have done so far in the 20th century, we just keep exploiting this very valuable resources, which is nature, biosphere. So we are using the resources without thinking about the limitation. We thought the water is unlimited. We thought the air is unlimited. And all those natural resources we just keep using and using. And just one way. And there's a very few consideration to bring something back to the nature. So just the emissions, exploit the nature, emission back to the environment. And obviously we know the results. We are dealing with those global warming, which turn into global boiling, as General Director Guterres mentioned last year. So the temperature is rising, the climate has a huge crisis, and we make every single effort to turn the table around. So what we should do, obviously we have to come up with the solutions to make it the circular economy. So we minimize the use of our natural resources, and somehow we have to come up with the idea to mechanisms to reproduce what nature can give us. That's part of a reproductive energy. It could be the renewable fuel, those kind of things. Anyway, so we have to make our economies more circular. How we do that? And of course, we live in Japan, this heavy tech-led country. So we want to use the IT technology, IoT technology, or ICT. That's common tech. So we can use those technology to help minimize the use of natural resources and somehow adapt to the new situation. And overall, it's not just the technology, but we also need great help from the financial side of the house. And again, how we can do that. The steps here is a couple of ways, but the most basic idea is that we need to visualize, then analyze, and the final step is realize. Visualize is, of course, the first step is very important because you cannot manage unless you see them. So the usage of the fossil fuel, or the rise of the temperature, or the diminishing amount of Arctic ice amounts, everything comes from the visualization. Some of them come from satellite, and that's where my expertise comes in, all those remote sensing satellite data. And then the part of them comes from the other remote sensing technology. Some of them I can explain later, but basically the visualize is the first step. Analyze is the next step, so that we can understand or digest what the data can tell you. And this is the area that the AI comes into play. Well, these days we mainly think about the generative AI, those ChatGPT, those kind of things. But the AI I mentioned is more like analyzing the data. Graphic analysis, conjunction analysis, those kind of things. And we can use AI to come up with a solution. Once we get the solution, idea for solution, then it's here's a prescription, but basically it's realized that what those data and AI can tell you to help prevent or at least help minimize the damage causing by our society. So these are the main steps. And if I have time, I can tell you about the little bit about the technology, but these are the main idea. We want to protect our beautiful planet, and the steps are visualize, analyze, realize with the help of ICT. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think it is a very convincing assessment of why it is necessary to think in terms of systems, how they function. And you need to zoom out to zoom in, right? In order to, exactly, to find the effective solution. And I think you mentioned a bunch of different spheres in which this systemic thinking may be employed and deployed. But one of the very specific dimensions in which this could materialize is specifically manufacturing, right? Because geographically located, pinpointed even, but dispersed still. Professor, how to bring manufacturing closer to sustainability, or rather to render it sustainable?
Well, first, thank you for inviting me, and delighted to be here with such distinguished fellow panelists. First of all, I think in terms of sustainability, manufacturing is argued to represent something like 25% of carbon emissions and greenhouse gases. So if we do want a net zero target in the years ahead, we certainly have to do something around manufacturing. At the same time, we see manufacturing predicted to grow over the next decade or so. Probably consumption and further manufacturing growth maybe in the region of another 20, 30, 35%. So whilst even if we stood still, we are making that problem significantly worse. So we do really need to rethink the way manufacturing and manufacturing supply chains operate. Now, supply chains, the Department of Engineering at University of Cambridge, we've been looking at supply chain design, supply chain analysis, and the supply chain operation. So what can we do to make supply chains more resource efficient? But it goes back to my previous career when I was in Unilever as a supply chain director. Is supply chains crisscross around the world. They don't stick within a certain geography. So the real question for us is, how are supply chains going to evolve over the next decade or so? And you've seen a number of shocks. Many of you will have had the shocks of COVID and the post-COVID pandemic issues on supply chain performance. But since then, we've also had other issues around conflict. So something perhaps closer to home, as you've seen the Russia-Ukraine issue and its huge impact on agriculture produce and supply and other key materials across the world. You've now more recently seen some issues around the Red Sea. So supply chains are seemingly fragile on the surface, can really get impacted by short-term disruption. But as an optimist, what you'll see is we haven't run out of products. So we've rolled the pandemic. We've rolled these geopolitical tensions between US and China, for example, and China-Taiwan. We've also seen other tensions around the world. So supply chains are remarkably resilient. And I think that's a credit to a lot of the modern day technologies we have that give us transparency. I was talking to a multinational recently, and they were able to reroute their tankers that were going through the Red Sea within 2 hours of understanding there was a problem. So the way supply chains are pivoting to unpredicted events is, I think, quite remarkable. And digital technologies have supported that. Now, returning to the point on supply chains and how do we make them more sustainable. Well, first, if you look at the whole supply chain, one is the design of the products we have. Many of you have your modern day iPhones and smartphones with you. And we regularly are in this sort of use, dispose, renew culture. Now, is that something we want to sustain going forward? So the design of the product currently actually doesn't make it easy to recycle, to refurbish, to indeed upgrade. So product design is a fundamental part of having more sustainable products. The second area is what sort of raw materials are we going to use to supply our products, and are they renewable? And in manufacturing, the energy sources, are they fossil fuel sources, or are they going to be more renewable energy sources? So we're seeing a transition from more fossil fuel-based energy sources to more renewables. Production itself has really advanced. So the latest production technologies are very energy efficient, and if we are able to roll those out, we can have a significant reduction on energy. Distribution. Our current global supply chain model was pretty much Europe, the US, and China-centric. So a lot of our products were crisscrossing around the world. Now, I can see that's very much more fragmenting now to much more regional supply chains. And that even if we do have supply chains in, for example, Southeast Asia, you'll have a fantastic manufacturing base in China, in Japan, but emerging ones in Vietnam, Singapore, and the whole Southeast Asia. You see in the Indian subcontinent also massive growth in manufacturing assets. So the new supply chain we're going to see is going to be a little bit more local than we had in the past. And the modern manufacturing technologies are allowing us the economies of scale that allows that to be economic. So we are going to be less shipping product around the world. If I talk to some of the major third-party logistics providers, the transport companies, as you would know them perhaps, they were very interested in the first mile of the journey and the middle mile. And now the middle mile is shrinking and the last mile is becoming much more of an interesting phenomenon as we start to get more customized and personalized products. So the supply chains are actually reconfiguring themselves very dynamically, very quickly. They quickly recognize geopolitical shifts. They then are able to reroute based on events such as recent conflicts or indeed pandemics. And then maybe I touch on the final sort of stage is a lot of what I've talked about is around a linear supply chain. And how do we move to more circular supply chains? And my colleague touched on that too. And we launched a white paper yesterday under the Circular Transformation Initiative, and I'm sure My colleague will link you to that document. And we talked about how do industries operate more circular supply chains. Now, at the moment, the current estimate that circular production is about 8-9% of the production we have. So it's pretty low. So how do we get more circular? And the white paper talks about a number of things that will help that really grow. The first really overview I wanted to say was you cannot ask industry to go green unless it has an economic incentive. It has to have an economic gain. And there's something for government to do to make sure that the incentives drive that behavior. So the infrastructure to go green is something maybe governments can think about making sure that's available. But how do you drive circularity? So in our white paper, we have a number of case studies where companies who are producing circular products are charging a premium because their customers want circular products. Their customers have a net zero target. So there is a business model in going to circularity. It's not just about tree hugging, doing things for the for altruistic reasons. We need to make it a viable business proposition. Now, that requires a number of things. It requires partnering with your suppliers and your customers to allow circularity to take place. It requires data sharing, so we're able to understand the history of a product. You may have started hearing about digital passports, so we know the history of a product and what it can be recycled and reused for. And finally, there's something around government regulation and standards. So there's a number of factors that the white paper that we launched yesterday set out, and we're going to continue this journey to drive circularity and circular business models as an attractive business proposition for companies, for consumers, and for governments to provide the supporting infrastructure to allow that to happen. So that's a little bit about what we've been doing on sustainability. It's been a great week here in Davos, a number of talks that we've been giving. I'm part of the Centre for International Manufacturing in Cambridge. We do a lot of work with industry, so feel free to engage with us. And here at the World Economic Forum, we have the Centre for Advanced Manufacturing and Supply Chains, and a bit of a think tank called Advanced Manufacturing and Value Chain WEF Council, where we explore how these future supply chains are going to play out. There's also a video on a link that I'm sure my colleague will share about the talk we had on that just yesterday. So that's a little bit of an introduction from me before we get into the detailed conversation.
Sure, thank you, Professor. You have both highlighted a number of challenges, actually. How to introduce resilience, circularity, all the while meeting geopolitical and other challenges that affect our collective existence, and all the same time, how to think in terms of systems. And maybe the response is precisely in 3W, for instance, in something that is regional in terms of its overall projection, and in terms of how we think how certain technological and other solutions could be grown up locally, originally, and then somehow turned into an institutional fortress through laws, through good regulations, through ecosystems. And I would love to hear more from Ambassador. How did that whole thing come about, and why do you think it's important for advancing these matters and all the others that are relevant to sustainability?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today, especially among these fantastic panelists. So thank you that we can present together how we are care about the human being on our earth. And I strongly believe that the idea 3W, it is again about us, how we can survive on earth. And maybe a few words about the history of the 3W. It was before the COVID crisis, and I had a meeting with fantastic young people, students, which they just jump into the business life. And they asked me, What will be the huge, the biggest change in the business life and the human approach and the behaviors? Because the last 30 years, it was internet. It was the www. So I answer, it will be www. It is the typical Polish abbreviation because it is a Polish word water, woda, hydrogen, wodór. I use the Polish and English words, and węgiel, it's carbon. It is tricky because in Poland we have only one word for carbon and coal. And so you can imagine if anybody heard, you want to elaborate coal? Why you want to promote coal? We have to kill coal. No, no, you have to stop this idea. No, you have to listen this idea and understand why these three very important sources are important for human beings. The water, the source of our life. Can you imagine that these three sources, water, hydrogen, and carbon, it is 97% of us, of human beings. It is our body. So the whole story about the 3W, it is how to protect ourselves. So water is the source of life. Can you imagine our life without water? How many water exists in space? Not much. Yes, we are still looking for water across the space, but this is very, very difficult. From other hand, if you, of course, only Mr. Noguchi has the opportunity among us, and not many, only few people across the world can look on our beautiful globe from the space. It's so beautiful, if you can confirm. Yeah, it is blue, really blue, because 70% of our globe is water. It is fantastic message, yeah? We have 70% of water, but only 1% it is drinkable water for 8 billion people across the world. So it is huge, huge challenge. What is the chemical pattern for water? H2O. So there is a hydrogen, yeah? So how to link these three sources and use the synergy between these sources? So we have hydrogen and oxygen to create water. This water is not discovered yet by even scientists. But without water, we cannot survive. We are dependent on energy a lot. Nobody can imagine, and we treat the energy like water right now. How long we can use as a human on our globe energy? Just we plug in the socket and we can take the energy. When was built the first water power plant for alternative current? 128 years ago. Can you imagine? The common access to energy, it is only 128 years. How long we are on this earth as a human beings? But nobody can imagine that we can survive without water, without energy. And the hydrogen could be the fuel of the future. How much use the hydrogen in space? A lot.
Yeah, a lot. We need for the rocket fuel as well.
Yeah, this is rocket fuels. So when we have this technology, we know this technology. Now we want to find a way how to adopt this technology in the very common access to this technology. And carbon. Carbon, it is amazing material that we can use because it is not only graphene. This is not only how we use in medicine, how we can use it cosmetology. A lot of women can support me in this topic because much more women use the carbon cosmetics every day. Toothpaste with carbon, filter for purifying water. It is also how we can use the carbon. And very light and very durable material like concrete with carbon, fabric carbon, to use the lighter material, more durable. And I can imagine the carbon and the new construction, for instance, in Japan, when the last earthquake touched your country, and how to build the more resilient buildings and more advanced technology use just for our survive. So it was the reason that we start to, me as a former president of the management board of the BGK, we try to promote that these sources are very important for us, and also the capillary production for agriculture. And if we are talking about the reduction of CO2, so maybe as a last conclusion, please remember that any plants, any grain needs CO2 to grow.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. A lot of food for thought to digest, certainly, and it's actually pretty funky to realize how all these elements that you have just brought up, one could think that they are, well, separate somehow. No, they're all intertwined, interconnected, right? Not least because we live in an interconnected world, but also because all these resources, all these elements of the discussion, they go together in one way or another. And actually, I wanted to touch upon just that, because 2 months ago, our team was sent to Sheffield, where, as you, Professor Sitton, you must know for sure, there is this advanced manufacturing center where they have these amazing facilities that produce these cutting-edge technologies. And there was this one thing that particularly struck my imagination. There was this CCUS installment that was capturing carbon directly from air, but not just storing it somewhere down there. It was transforming into liquid that was then piped not too far to another facility, where it's used in the search for the next generation of low-carbon fuels for jets and other purposes. And I wonder, is this the next frontier in circularity? Open question. Do you think that we could perhaps, in terms of our regional, local, and then at the end of the day, global efforts to advance sustainability, use the resources we use now circularly in new ways? Professor, to you maybe first.
Well, Mashed, that's a very good start point for discussion. And I myself never visited your facility, the facility you mentioned, but yeah, the direct capture is a fascinating project, and we all rely on those new challenges or new technologies. When you talk about the regional economy, there's a lot of ways to think about it. It could be municipal, it could be national, it could be just a small regional. I would like to give you my 2 cents, or maybe 2 yen. One example of a small regional recyclable energy society is the International Space Station. There's only 7 habitants, 7 people live 24/7. They only do research. What a boring job. Well, anyway, so space station, and what we try to do is make it like a test bed for the future technology. For instance, first of all, energy, as Ambassador mentioned, energy. Yeah, I didn't know that 128 years of electricity, but anyway, right now, the International Space Station, we only use solar energy, 100%. There's no carbon fossil generator. So, well, it's closer to sun, first of all. And every day is sunny in space, so much easier to rely on the solar energy. Carbon dioxide capture. We have our own carbon dioxide scrubbing system using a special catalyst so that we can maintain the pure quality of our breathing air. So the CO2 we scrub from the air, and then we just take it off. Water is very important, as Ambassador also mentioned. If you carry the fresh water from ground, it's just too costly. So we recycle water. Again, that's almost 100%. Meaning, all the water you consume, we recollect through. It could be your toilet. It could be your sweating. It could be your something you wiped off during the daily cleaning and eventually just evaporate, get to the air conditioner and condensed. So whatever we use, we recycle and reuse it the next day. So the water is recycled because we know it's so precious, and the air is maintained with those CO2 scrubbing system, and the power comes from the sun. So we're doing pretty good in terms of sustainability, and we hope that those kind of technology, and we also use the kind of like for the carbon capture with the Sabatier system, basically turning the carbon dioxide into the methane, and then we use the methane as a the source for the fuel. And so we want to recycle every single bit of we used to be the waste, now we turn into the new resource. So hopefully we can expand those effort into our daily lives.
Made me think of that Kevin Costner movie from back then when he was stuck in the ocean and he had to recycle the water he was producing himself with his own body every day, over and over again. Professor, what's your take on this? Because circularity is at the very heart of what you do. And what trends do you see, and how do you think they could be somehow nurtured regionally?
Well, interesting. Just building on the last point about waste. Waste often is now referred to as the new oil when it's looking at when we're able to develop those circular business models. So it becomes something that if we are able to design our production technologies able to use renewable feedstocks, for example, I think we can be very optimistic about moving ahead on this journey. I think moving to a bit of a practical sort of level is how do we make the transition? Because overnight we will not go circular. Yeah, there's now the reverse logistics don't exist. The sorting centres don't exist. Breaking down old products into their components so they're reusable is an industry in itself. So what we've been trying to do is to develop pre-competitive collaborations, because it's too much for one company to do on their own. So as a sector, can we come together and develop, whether it's to do with electronics, yeah? My house is full of old computers, old phones. I don't really know what to do with them. That's a crazy situation when they're valuable raw materials. So I think we need to have that reverse logistics infrastructure set up. We need methods where your competitors can use those materials as well as yourselves. So we start to share data on equipment that's gone past its life. Even the step of making something redundant or obsolete, how can you upgrade products? So if you notice your phones, you may have an app that comes to your phone every other day, but your phone is pretty much a constant. So how do we make that a platform for upgradation as opposed to replacement? But it's very different in different sectors. So if I move into aerospace, the major US airline that has committed to 10% of its fuels I think it's over the next decade, to be from sort of renewable feedstocks. So I think it's about making those bold decisions, working collaboratively, and the paper actually talks about partnerships. So because you can't do it on your own, how do you have partnerships that allow you to bring the key stakeholders together? Now, what we found in radical technologies that are needed in some cases, bringing together your competitors in that pre-competitive collaboration, bringing together regulators, government, and academia to develop those new technologies is a successful and proven pathway. So that's one model. If I then just switch into agriculture, which again is a massive sector. In manufacturing, actually, some would mark that as the largest sector. Is can we use precision irrigation such that rather than flooding our fields, we're using water where it's needed? Do we use plant science technologies such that our crops are resilient and less water guzzling? Are we producing the right crops in the right regions? So where we do have abundant resources, whether that's energy or in my current context, agriculture, we are sourcing product where it's sensible to do so. Now this requires some levels of international cooperation. And that's why this week is an example where we can start to explore these areas and start to work in collective partnerships at an international level, but also partnerships within your individual supply chains. Finally, the ambassador talked about the criticality of water. And what I'm seeing is climate change is going to make some create serious issues where certain crops were very vibrant in previous eras will no longer be viable. That will result in unsustainable situations in many parts of the world, probably leading to another set of migration patterns, which have all the tensions that we all have seen in recent years. So I think one of the things we need to think about is looking after the climate will actually be critical to actually having a successful economy and having a successful and progressive society. So they are very much intertwined aspects. In fact, some studies have said, we often hear a lot of the wars, particularly in the Middle East, are about oil. Are the next set of wars going to be around water? Because it's a very precious resource. And unlike, in many areas, in our homes, if we're tight for space, we build extensions or we get a bigger home. As this gentleman to my right will know, we have a planet. There is no, we have cultivated the areas that are cultivatable pretty much. So there is no more land to go. There is no more water sources to go and grab, perhaps. So we have to be much more efficient with the resources that we actually have at our disposal.
Indeed. Ambassador, water, hydrogen, carbon, circularity, resource management. What are your thoughts?
Yes, this is the story about the circular economy. Everything what we are talking right now is the circular economy. We have very limited access for the materials, and everything what we have it is here on this globe. We don't explore yet space, but we have limited access for many materials, including the raw materials. If you see on the globe, there is only some places that we have raw materials. And I fully agree with you with water. Maybe not the oil as we, the beautiful movie, the Mad Max, the war about oil. But the really threat is the war about water. And if we have and we develop the space technology, maybe we have to learn and teach each other how to use the circular economy, which is on the space area. Yeah, how to use the water, as you, Mr. Noguchi, mentioned about the how to use water. It is too costly to take as much water as can in space. So the circular economy, it is crucial for our living here on Earth. And the other hand, it is very fast-growing sector as we talk about the 3W. Only the nanotechnology, it is right now worth in globally $3.6 billion, but it is the fastest growing sector, and in 2032 it will be worth over 40 billion euro. So it is, from one hand, it is worth to invest, yeah, because it is very prosperous and very prospective sector. But let me underline and emphasize that it is the common effort that we have to do on our Earth, and the collaboration is crucial. Collaboration, it is crucial. As you mentioned, it is not only responsibility one country, it is responsibility globally that we have to take into account if we want to live on our globe. Because it is huge threat if we didn't take the action right now. And what we as a BGK, and what we have to, and use this as a role model in other countries, we set up the Interdisciplinary Center of Innovation, which consists of the 35 universities in Poland, over 300 companies from these three sectors, water, hydrogen, and new carbon technologies, to cooperate and to bring closer together universities, fantastic scientists, business, startups, inventors, and of course, the public sector. Because the technology is developing so fast, and the public sectors, and especially the governments, has to answer with the proper regulation for these technologies. And last but not least, how to finance this development. So the financial institution has to be in place together with us. And this is the reason that we set up this ICI hub, just to organize the workshop seminars to develop and to educate all these interlocutors. So the scientists, business, public sectors, and finance. It is very difficult to find right now the so brave bank or investor to invest the newest and the high technologies, because it is too big risk. Why is this too big risk? Because we don't have enough people with profound technical knowledge to assess this risk. So we have at the same time to educate also the financial institution and bring closer the engineers to the financial experts to analyze together how to finance this. One of this is how to use the rights and to assess these rights for this technology as a value. At that moment, we don't have this methodology. We start with this technology, with this methodology, but only through the common effort that we have to be together and we have to develop together scientists, business, public sector, and financial institution, and only through this way, collaboration, 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 and once more, collaboration, we can achieve the success.
I mean, that point on collaboration is fantastically made there by the ambassador. I mean, one other stakeholder I'd add to this is the public, the consumer. And I think we need to change our mindsets. If somebody said to me, somebody can live how many days it was in space without water, you know, I was tempted to sort of squeeze his arm to see, is he real? And it reminds me of when I was working in in Cairo in Egypt, and I'm a vegetarian. And this lady came to me in the street and said to me, you know, I understand you're a vegetarian, you know, from my religion, and I said, yes, I am. And she squeezed my arm, and you know, there's a vegetarian person able to walk and stand and so on. So there's a belief. We have been adopting a resource consumption mindset. It's a throwaway mindset: use, dispose. There are some parts in the world where you want to throw some rubbish and there's rubbish on the ground and you feel comfortable throwing it on the floor. And there's other parts of the world you would not do it because there is no litter there. So what I would call is we need to change the mindset of the stakeholders that the ambassador fantastically laid out, but also of the public. If the public must be buying those sustainable products, they must be making those choices that encourage business as well to sort of move into that direction. And I'm very optimistic. The generations that are following us are already tuned to this ESG challenge, as it's often put. And I think that leads me to think of we will manage to square the circle here of continuing to grow, because we do need economic development, and some parts of the world will need that more than others. But we can do that in a sustainable fashion.
If I may. Yeah, those very good point. And as Ambassador wisely noted, the circular economy is the way, and we need a new invention, we need a new innovation, and you're perfectly right. We need a way to finance those efforts. And since you touched on the natural disaster, like earthquake in Japan, and we on the New Year's Day we had a massive earthquake in the northern Japan, and I feel very sorry for all the victims. But all those, after the earthquake, and again, you're right, all those the debris and the fallen structures, cements, that creates a huge amount of CO2. And one of the efforts for now happening in Japan is, since we have too many earthquakes, we have to find a way to help minimize those losses due to the natural disaster. Not just the point of a financial impact, but from the point of CO2, the production. So it's interesting that one of the Japanese tech company, NEC, along with the University of Keio, come up with the new financial scheme, adaptation scheme, that they can basically augment, let's say, if they augment the building right now, they can sustain this much of earthquake for the next 30 years, which means we can reduce this much amount of CO2 compared to if you don't do anything and it falls down. So those are kind of like, it's kind of like hypothetical, but it's kind of a way to persuade those, the owner of the building that, hey, this the current investment to the new technology will help minimize. One is a financial loss, and two is the production of the CO2 due to the debris. And we try to make it like a new bond, at least, and that point we have to try to invite all those, the banking and the government into the scheme. Anyway, those adaptations finance is the kind of a new wave. So I definitely agree with your statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Because maybe, especially from the investor side and the banking sector, we should find a different approach, not to how to maximize the profit, but what is the goal of to finance some sectors, and what will be the responsibility to finance. Maybe it is better, especially in terms of common effort, to earn less, but to address the huge threats that we have. But, this is the huge challenge for the financial and investor sector.
Just one point on finance, which I think is a great point. Innovation needs finance and transformation needs finance. I think there's one of the things I would call for is creating these innovation clusters, and you talked about a sort of knowledge community that you were creating as well. So we go back to Cambridge. It's got one of the most strongest innovation spin-out cultures. You talked about an invention of electricity and computing and other things that have come out of those that university in particular. So we do need investments in new technologies. So the radical investments will need a government role. The first adopters will need some incentivization. But good technologies and good products actually can then fly. None of us have been incentivized to buy our phones. We need them, we like them, or our cars and so on. So a good product will fly. We need that early stage, what I call pre-competitive collaboration, where universities are empowered to address challenges of society and of industry. And I think that's a pathway to actually making those substantial transformations in resource efficiency, in using the digital technology, so we're aware of where the resources are, where the materials are. So if we wanted to recycle them or reuse them, we can harvest them. So I think it'll be a mix of technologies coming together, and the role of universities is going to be vital in driving the change.
Thank you so much for these insights. I think we can all agree on certain points that this collaboration is needed to map out the way to go forward. But nonetheless, about that squaring the circle, Professor, I wanted to pick up on two notions that you brought up, regionalization, and the one that you brought up, Ambassador, collaboration. There might not necessarily be a conflict linguistically between the two, but in practical terms, I want to know what you think really about what I suppose we would all agree is the challenge of this decade, maybe the next, which is regionalization of national interests. Because, for instance, now you mentioned the China-US conflict, but there are other conflicts, and all these economic groupings around different trade agreements and so on and so forth. On one hand, they perhaps introduce new ways to advance sustainability because of circularity, that is, production brought closer home and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, as the history of the species shows, oftentimes the more we stick together in smaller groups, the more space there is for conflicts. So how to move from that regionality to advancing these issues that, as you mentioned, are all potent, to make them permanent, to advance the change on a global scale? Professor?
Want to start? Somebody think?
I'm happy to kick off and then have my homework corrected by...
Right.
Yeah, I think so it's really trying to understand where things need to be done at what scale. So take new technology investments or new R&D. That's a very international and global endeavor. I still find it really remarkable is we can be publishing an academic paper and we will have a friend in another part of the world we've never met who picks up on that knowledge and takes it further. And so that international collaboration is absolutely vital. My regional comment was a little bit about execution. So once we know this is a new configuration of production, the new configuration of the product, the new configuration of the supply chain, then do we necessarily want it to be crisscrossing around the world? And one of the big discussions I've been having this week is what do we mean by global supply chains? Were we really global if most of our production was either in Europe, the US, or China? I don't think so. And I think I'm super encouraged that there are new centers of manufacturing strongholds emerging in South Asia, Southeast Asia, in the Americas, and in North Africa and the Middle East. In fact, perhaps some parts of the world that aren't showing that is where we need to actually make more investments. So I think execution, once the product is developed, may be more regional, And I say more regional, that doesn't mean local. And it'll vary by sector. But in terms of new technology development, I think that's super important that they're international endeavors. But you're right, there is protection now in that sphere too. And I think this is where the protection of IP is important, because intellectual property, if it is properly protected and licensed, encourages people to share and adopt. And if it isn't, you do get that protectionism.
Ambassador, to you.
Yes, it is very shaking time across the world, and very dangerous and very difficult time for everybody. We are notice the war in Ukraine, the Hamas and Israel, and we don't know what could happen in Taiwan, in North Korea. Yes, it is a huge challenge, and in terms of the collaboration, I think the 3Cs region, it is a great example of collaboration. I remember the one meeting in the US with in State Department, and we as representatives from this region have the presentation. What is the 3Cs region? What we want to achieve? How big is this region, and so on. It is the 12 right now, 13 countries. It is over 120 million population. It is the fastest growing region in Europe and across the globe almost as well. And you know what is the fantastic added value across our region? All of us are different, even the smaller countries, and we use 13 languages, you know? And it was silent under this audience. You have 13 languages? In this very small region? It is real? How you communicate? Okay, of course, we are using the English language, it is international. But this is the beauty. So with the full respect that we are different, yeah, and this is our added value. And if I may suggest, we should use these differences between us and build the added value, not war. And this is what we have to stand on.
So in other words, regionalization does not necessarily mean pushback in terms of globalization. It is also a source of opportunity. And I wonder, Professor, as you look at this pale blue dot, to borrow from Carl Sagan, what do you see then in terms of these schemes, conflicts, how to address them structurally so that the changes you wish to happen is entrenched and permanent?
Well, Mashet, that's an interesting point. I can talk about, like, for the example in the space world. You know, yeah, you're right. The world is so divided, and too many conflict. But in the midst of this conflict, you know, we are running this International Space Station, which started as only five countries or the 5 regions. You know, the United States, Russia, EU for sure, and Canada and Japan. And now we are moving on to the next step, which is the lunar exploration. That's the Artemis Accord. That's more than 20 countries. I think now it's at 30. So anyway, so in the midst of geopolitical conflict, I still believe international cooperation will prevail. Cooperation. And but probably the tough thing is that you know, if the number grow, for instance, for United Nations, although the Space Utilization Committee, back in 2000, we only have like 20 countries. Now it's 90 countries. So it's rapidly growing. So many countries claim themselves as a spacefaring country. So the players expand. And the issue is how to keep the governance on those new areas. So we are talking about the sustainability on the ground, water, carbon, hydrogen. We talk about sustainability on the ground. It's also the issue in the space. For instance, small satellites. We do have a lot of small satellites. And it's actually very good for like university, as a university teacher. It's a nice project for the undergrad. they can come up with the one small satellite within a year. They can launch during the master's thesis, and if he or she is good enough, they can write the doctor's paper with a couple of the research outcome. So it's good and it's cheap. But the issue is if you have too much, that creates a space debris. And maybe you heard about those Kessler effect. If the numbers grow a certain number, tipping point, the world and all those Earth's orbit becomes chaos. So you cannot have new structure going into space because there's just too much space junk. And there's a possibility of the conjunction in between the satellites. So the long story short, we have to keep our governance in the new scheme to keep both on the ground and also in the space, sustainable. And we want to make sure that, but still we believe in cooperation. We want the numbers keep growing, the countries, regions, players, but the governance might be the next huge issue.
So for that one point that you brought up, it's a bit like with the French dress, less is more, I assume. We could go on for ages because the questions are countless, but we'll have to actually wrap up in just a couple of minutes. So maybe it's about time to give the voice to the audience that may or may not have a question. Can we pick up questions from the internet? Oh, there is a question. Please.
Hi. Great points on the global to local thinking, right? And the impact as it has then on hearts and minds, let's say, right? What do you think about providing equal opportunity across these regions to access the most advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, Earth observation data, right? The ability for these communities to access space exploration laboratories, right? Which are going down in the next few years, and none new are coming up, fully privatized sector. So in light of that, how would you address this global equal opportunity perspective? Because I see that as a way to avoid future conflict.
Volunteers?
Just give my version. Yeah, thank you very much for questions. Yeah, to maintain the equality, we a major factor for space. As I mentioned, USB is dominated by the small, less than a handful number of countries monopolizing the space. Space established countries used to be, again, United States, Russia, Europe, and now China. But again, those numbers have increased because the price, because of the new commercial companies come into play, SpaceX, with the Blue Origin, Voyager Space, you name it, those companies help reducing the cost drastically, which means even the small players or the small countries can get into the game. The goal is not to monopolize the market, but the goal is to participate, and they can have their own cutting edge in their own technology. So I firmly believe that the equality will prevail, will exist, thanks to those at least for the current the price dropping trend in the space technology. Thank you so much.
If I may, I think there's the challenge is more on adoption of technologies rather than being given access. I recall when I first was engaged with the World Economic Forum, maybe six years ago, and we were looking at digital technologies, 3D printing, sensors, design in 3D space, modeling tools, etc., etc. And we anticipated then it would take us 10 years to start to really see widespread adoption. And there's quite a little disappointment in the room because the hype was there. Digital transformation is going to change all our lives. And 8 years or so longer, we just announced, I think, 153 manufacturing lighthouses, which is a fraction of the factories out there. And remember, these are multinationals, so they're dotted all over the world. So even when you have the knowledge within an organization, actually rolling it out across your network is actually quite challenging. So I think there's something around, why isn't that happening faster? So I think it's the skills, actually having a trained workforce, having education, having reskilling of the workforce. I mean, I think we all have learnt our basics. We're comparing notes on our first degrees, which were both around sort of fluid dynamics. But what we do today is very different than what we would have studied in our first degree. So I think the key thing is to continue that learning journey and making sure the skills are there so that adoption is there. Yes, there will be other issues around finance and so on, but I think it's not. I mean, one of the sustainability sort of general consensus views is that we have the technologies to solve our problems now. We actually aren't adopting them in anger. So I think that's where I would switch it to adoption rather than access. But going back to the mission of the universities, I mean, one of the great models of having spent 20 years or so in industry, and now the similar time in academia, you'll be thinking, how can we look so young? But you wasn't, oh dear. Is what you will see is this idea of publishing and making it available to all is a very a fundamental model. So I think the technologies are out there. How do we drive adoption? I think that's probably where I would push the conversation.
Maybe from the different point of view. Demography and young generation. Because demography in the very developed country are decreasing. Less and less engineers. We have the highest number of engineers comparing to the western part of country in our region, in Trisis region. And the role of women in every single sector, including public. We needed a different point of view, not men and women and combined together. Why this? Again, the collaboration and cooperation that we are repeating many times. How we can increase the involvement in the smaller countries, and it depends really on women and new generation and demography. The demography will answer on that.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? One more, the last one.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. My question is around beliefs and mindset. What about just in time? Can we win the world of just in time? Delivery and production.
I think that arrow was aimed at me. I think just in time is a somewhat misunderstood term. Current production systems were pretty much designed that you had enough buffer, inventory, whatever you wanted to call it, but not an excess amount. And I think the question is, are your systems flexible enough? And the reality is, wherever you do a forecast, the only debate is how inaccurate it is, because it's never accurate. So it is a forecast. So many supply chains have operated on the basis of the forecast being indicative, that the supply chain will need to flex, and you will need some buffer inventory to allow for that flex. Now, when I was looking at our supply chain analysis over COVID, volume didn't go from 100 to 110. It went from 100 to 250, or you went from 100 to nil. Now, no inventory strategy would have held under those circumstances. So I think the lesson supply chains have come away with is actually being able to be adaptive to change, to be able to flex to unpredicted demand is crucial. And our old-fashioned classifications about, well, commodity for sure, Jag, is stable, and therefore we can continue in the old way. But during a pandemic, there were some very stable commodities like bread, water bottles, pasta. The famous one I always find embarrassing to talk about is toilet paper. The fluctuations in those were way beyond any normal fluctuations. So the key thing for me is future supply chain designers, of which I would count my part of the community, is about having supply chains that are adaptable to change, less driven or dependent by tight forecasts. And trying to solve it by more inventory is probably a mistake. Because if you doubled inventory, going back to my 100 and 110 example, if we were less just in time and had 30 or 40, a demand of 250 would have swallowed that up. And if indeed you had it and your demand went to nil, it would be an even bigger problem. Just to give you one example of how demand changed. There's one large company that produces food products, and the produce to the retail stores shot up the demand, and the produce going to restaurants collapsed. So they're even in the same sector, the same organization, one product category they were chasing their tail trying to supply, and the other one had, the demand has completely went to zero because we were at home at the time. So I think the ability to flex their supply chain from, in this case, the service industry into the retail sector and have new last mile logistics supply chains was why the reality is most of us went through COVID without too much disruption. So flexibility, I think, is actually a part of JIT, or just in time. But just in time sends a connotation that is unfortunately in the public sphere somewhat misunderstood. So I would call it supply chain flex. That's what we really want.
Just very quick. Yeah, all those good points, but just in time, when I graduated from the university 30 years ago, a Japanese company, the just in time is like a golden rule. Toyota, Nissan, everything, they are living on the just-in-time philosophy because the efficiency was the key. They are living on efficiency. And partially because, Jigit, you are absolutely right. That time, that production line has very small room to play, meaning they are not flexible enough. Now the issue, is more, we're turning toward the resilience of the production line. So in other way, just in time was important because the system was not resilient enough. So the table was turning. Resilience is the key, flexibility, and of course everything moved very agile. So those are the 21st century new philosophy. Thank you.
Our time is basically up, but I will nonetheless take the liberty of asking you just one single last question, asking you for very brief answers to sort of conclude this panel. If you were to give a single, or well, maybe two, policy advice to policy leaders in regions such as the 3Cs or maybe elsewhere to advance these things that you mentioned, that you discussed, that are precious to you, that you believe are crucial for advancing sustainability and resilience worldwide, what would that be? Ambassador, would you like to take it? Okay. Professor, that arrow was also aimed at you.
I would say the point on driving new technology development through pre-competitive collaboration, involving industry, academia, and regulators together to drive new technologies. I think addresses the sort of medium to long term. Those technology solutions, if we can accelerate those, I think will put us in a great space. The more immediate one, I think, is around mindsets and the two types of mindset. There's a sort of all stakeholders, you know, whether you're consumers, industry, or indeed government, changing those mindsets, but also for the next generation is about education and skilling. Manufacturing is a super exciting area now. Engineering is incredibly exciting. And I think what we do want to do is make sure that the next generation are attracted by the exciting new technologies that we've talked about and enter into this sector. I think that's going to be vital.
Professor Noguchi?
Yeah, very quick. Yeah, obviously this week, throughout the week, we have a lot of fruitful discussion. What I learned, one thing is that, we have to make sure we don't miss the small wake-up call to the risk threat of the society. It could be the global warming. It could be the humanity threat. It could be like those, the space debris issue. And those small, minute warning sign comes from maybe from the small region, but all the leaders around the world or the politicians, the VIPs, they have to look onto the smallest regional wake-up call and proactively react to it before it becomes a fatal warning.
Ambassador?
In this very turbulent time, our politicians has to have the long-term vision because it is a lot of threats across the world, and nobody knows right now who are talking through the screen. As you know, there is a lot of example. So we have to be very smart and have the long-term vision to support our society, to build the social capital, because behind of us, it is maybe another revolution. For instance, nuclear fusion as an energy. So be ready.
Ambassador Deszyńska-Muzyczka, Professor Srai, Professor Noguchi, thank you so very much for this enriching discussion. And may the audience join me in applauding the panelists. Thank you.
Troszeczkę go obniżę.
Dużo będzie tego, musimy to ogarnąć dwiema kamerami.
1, 2, 7, 7, 7, to jest mikrofon nad mównicą. Teraz będzie, to jest piąteczka, jak już zgadłeś. Dobrze, chyba jest dobrze, bo nie zasłania pana prezydenta, a widać, co będzie miał na tacy.
Mhm. Kevin?
Oni muszą się potrafić prezydentów przemawiać i oni wszyscy muszą siedzieć. Przed panelem. Przed panelem. Plus kost, plus tu, gdzieś. I tyle. Potrzeba, tak? No i teraz prezydent kończy swoje wystąpienie i prezydent kończy wystąpienie, schodzi tu na dół, ci wstają, wchodzą na scenę i siadają. Te 3 miejsca są wolne. Musimy kogoś wsadzić. Ja mówię. Na czas panelu.
Prowadzący, tłumaczka.
Tu siedzi tych na początku 3 ambasadorów, którzy są panelistami. Tak, ludzie wszyscy, którzy przychodzą siąść przed panelem. Tak, zajmą miejsce, prezydent będzie ostatni. 3 ambasadorów panelistów. Najlepsze miejsce. Słuchają prezydenta wystąpienia. Bo prezydent jak przychodzi i od razu na mównicę. Wsadzimy 2 ambasadorów. Miejsce dla prezydenta. Czyli Trzaskowski, Kozłowska, tak? To są ci Wato i Lumik, tak?
Nie, no już spokojnie. Mamy radę. Security. Yes. It's up to you.
Czy ja mogę trochę przesunąć ten rząd, bo jak tu będzie ktoś siedział, nie wiem kto tu siedzi, jaki ma nogi. Ale to jest pan, który będzie odznaczony.
Tak, to będzie puste wtedy.
Mniej więcej to się chyba równolegle powinno odbyć, tak? Że tu będzie ten mikrofon, a tutaj oni wejdą wtedy na
Raz, dwa.
zaczyna, bo teraz ktoś musi, zanim, szanowny panie prezydencie, to ktoś musi prezydenta zaprosić na scenę, bo on tutaj siedzi, bo to jest po panelu, więc ktoś musi go zaprosić albo gestem.
No to
albo
zakładam, że
słowem.
Tymon go podprowadzi. I tych ambasadorów ustawi też. Albo Maciek Obcowski.
Maciek, może Maciek.
No.
To Tymon tych ambasadorów tu,
Tak.
a Maciek,
Tak.
panie prezydencie, jak już
Ustawicie
jest gotowy.
tam tego?
Tak.
Mhm.
No dobra. Proszę państwa o powstanie. A wiesz, jak się czytają oni? Prawdziwie?
Juri Luik. Deterwator. A to muszę proszę o zajęcie miejsca, co to znaczy?
Że, znaczy to, co jest na czerwone, to jest generalnie na jako oni to jako
Czekaj, to muszę
opcjonalnie.
powiedzieć tak, że zasłon
try.
Byłoby z panem bo to jest męczące.
Nikt nie wchodził głębiej, no?
Możesz zdjąć dystans. Zdążę dobrze do Grzesiu, no? Dobrze. Ja z tobą padam w tą
Shall you keep the microphone to the end? If you wish. Oh, it is very good. I will have three hands.
Fine. Panelists, they have speakers and microphones on their desks or on their chairs?
They will be on the chairs. I put them on the chairs.
Sure.
But I'm gonna be tough.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda. President Duda, it's a real privilege to have you here today. We welcome you to the stand and provide the opening remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm glad that we are meeting this year once again, this time in the 3Cs Hub, to discuss major security challenges facing NATO's eastern flank. We are meeting after the Vilnius summit and before an anniversary one in Washington, D.C. It is a good moment to reflect on how NATO should adapt to the current situation in order to ensure security and peace to our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, the contemporary security architecture established after the Second World War and significantly transformed after the collapse of the Soviet Union is changing once again. The security model created by us and based on the UN Charter and on the provisions enshrined in the final act of the Conference of Security and Cooperation in Europe is wasted. And we have to be clear about it. Despite the fact that most of our countries have been building and maintaining friendly relations with their neighbors and making joint efforts to resolve any emerging crises and conflicts, there were also those for whom the principles of respect for sovereignty and equality of states or the inviolability of the borders are just void provisions. Provisions which they additionally decided to erase by force. Today, after nearly 2 years of Russian full-scale aggression against Ukraine, only the foolish or naive fail to see the real threat that is the Russian Federation and its imperial policy. Moscow's plans do not end in Ukraine. The aggression carried out by Russia for so many months demonstrates that Russia has the capabilities to rebuild its military potential up to a level which poses a real threat to the alliance, and especially to its members on the eastern flank. Ladies and gentlemen, NATO has to clearly demonstrate its strength. Today, collective defense provided for in Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty has to stand for reliability, immediate action, strength, and unity. Potential aggressors, including especially Russia, can have no doubts that an attack on NATO countries has no chance of success. In order to achieve that, we must urgently focus on a few key issues. First of all, it will require the maintenance of a permanent and strong allied presence, in particular in the eastern flank countries. Secondly, the alliance should keep updating its defense plans, possess and assigned forces prepared to execute such plans, APS facilities in strategically important locations, as well as the command structure adapted to challenges resulting from the large and high-intensity land operation. Thirdly, we should construct robust logistic and infrastructure, including fuel supply system for the troops on the eastern flank. Major military bases in Central Europe should be connected by a network of allied pipelines, just like the major military bases in Western Europe. Fourthly, we should develop and integrate a joint missile defense system. Today, Russian missiles pose a threat not only for Ukraine. Poland knows it very well, since as a frontline state, we have experienced this kind of threat directly. There is a long list of tasks facing NATO. Every member of the alliance should also remember to fulfill their duties, ensuring the relevant level of defense spending and developing own national capabilities. All of this will have its experience, but if we fail to act in this way, the Allied defense and deterrence policy will not save us from Ruski Mir. Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that Poland will actively contribute to the implementation of Allied deterrence and defense. We are in the process of an unprecedented modernization of our armed forces. We are purchasing new combat aircraft, tanks, missile defense equipment, artillery systems, and many other military capabilities. We are increasing the size of our armed forces and reopening military bases in the eastern part of the country. We also present in the territories of our allies. Our troops are deployed today in Latvia and Romania, among others. We regularly police airspace of the Baltic states and Slovakia. In 2023, we allocated around 4% of our GDP for defense. It seems to be much, but the security of our citizens is most important. Unless all of us enhance our capabilities and allocate at least 2% of GDP for defense, the Allied deterrence and defense policy will not fulfill its role. And without it, the costs will be much higher for the eastern flank in particular, but also for NATO as a whole. Thank you, and I wish you an interesting discussion.
I'm Ian Brzezinski. I'm a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. It's a privilege to moderate discussion on NATO. And let me start by thanking President Duda for his presence here and for his very hard-hitting remarks. I have to say, I have to repeat some of his priorities because I think they're important. He warned us the international order is under challenge today, particularly here in Europe. And he called for a response and include increased military presence of allies in Central and Eastern Europe, the frontier states, the 3 Seas countries. He called for an adaptation of war plans. He called for joint air and missile defense. And he also called for logistical improvements, the infrastructure that flows fuel, that moves trucks, that moves trains. You know, this is the heart and soul of 3Cs, which is all about infrastructure development. So, Mr. President, thank you for setting the context of this discussion. Let me also thank BGK and their team for hosting the 3Cs Hub here and getting partnership to the Atlantic Council and developing our 3Cs agenda over this last week, of which this event is a culminating event. And how can you beat that? How can you better that than having the President of Poland kick off our discussion? The President noted a very dangerous context that we face ourselves in today. It's also a context that's going to include two very important anniversaries or events that are coming up this year, 2024. In April, NATO will celebrate its 75th anniversary. And in July, NATO allies, heads of state, including President Duda, will convene in Washington for a summit that will mark that anniversary and address these challenges. You know, as we approach these dates, it's not just the context of Russian belligerence that's going to shape that anniversary and shape the summit, I would argue shape the alliance's future. It's also violence in the Middle East. It's tensions in the Indo-Pacific. We've even had some tensions in the Balkans these last weeks, among other challenges. But I have to say, it's the war that Russia has started, this unjust, brutal attack on Ukraine, that's really going to define this anniversary. It's really going to define NATO's future. These challenges are an increasing array of threats that are redefining the requirements of effective deterrence and defense. And these requirements pertain to some of the things the President noted: military capabilities, the deployment of those capabilities, defense industrial capacities necessary to sustain what now is the reality of high-intensity conflict. Over the last 75 years, NATO has been the world's most successful alliance. But does it have what it needs? Is it doing what it needs to be done to ensure that it is equally unmatched and successful in the next 75? So to address these issues, we have a great panel here. We have people on the front lines of NATO, so to speak, at the NAC, 3 permanent representatives. I'm not going to introduce them in order of seniority, but I'm going to start with Poland, Ambassador Tomasz Hatowski. He's been in his post as a permanent representative to NATO since 2019. He's served across national security positions in defense industry, the Prime Minister's Chancellery in Poland, the Ministry of Defense. And I have to say, as a Deputy Minister of Defense, he ran one of the most aggressive and substantive strategic reviews. And I really commend you for that. In the center, we have Ambassador Peter Bator. He's permanent representative of Slovakia to NATO. He's been a policy advisor and speechwriter for 2 presidents and too many ministers to mention. This is his second tour at NATO. He served the DCM, the Deputy Chief of Mission there. And he's had a number of field assignments for his country in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in Kosovo. And Yuri Lulik, Ambassador Yuri Lulik, I held you last, even though I think you're the senior permanent representative at NATO. But your resume includes serving in that position 2 times, 3 times if you include Estonia's representation when it was a partner. You've been a member of Parliament, Ambassador to the United States, Ambassador to Russia, Minister of Defense 3 times, but Minister of Foreign Affairs only once. I have to ask why. But welcome, gentlemen. Let me start off with kind of a very basic question. Over the last several months, over the course of the war that Russia has embarked against Ukraine, it's become a mantra to say that NATO has become stronger. NATO is more unified than ever before. But is it really strong enough? Is it really demonstrating the political will to use the capabilities it has decisively to ensure our security today and to ensure our security tomorrow? Tomasz, let me start with you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Let me start by saying that it's an enormous pleasure to be here once again and an honor to be in the presence of Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues. Getting back to the question, to answer your question, I would like to recall the 24th of February 2 years ago. Basically, when we walked into the council, it was, I think, 8:30. The council was at 8:30 after the Russian attack. We had one of the shortest sessions of the North Atlantic Council, and one of the most decisive ones, because this was the council where, for the first time, NATO enacted, put into action its operational plans. So one could say NATO really passed the exam, and indeed, because of that experience, this is one of the reasons I trust more in NATO than I used to before coming to serving my country in the alliance. At the same time, the road to that moment was a bit painful, and I think only my colleagues know. I mean, the number of dreadful discussions, how we were trying to actually put the alliance more on the alert, perhaps introduce the plans earlier so that we are prepared better, and we didn't fully succeed before, because there was still a number of colleagues, or actually the capitals, who thought that it would be provocative. I think, in our view, it was a mistake. Anyway, I mean, I would say the alliance passed the exam, but there's still work to do, and there's still need for a vigilance to make sure that the alliance responds appropriately to the challenges.
Mm-hmm. Peter, does the alliance have the warfighting mindset necessary to really be decisive against the challenges that the alliance is facing today?
Yeah, let me also start by thanking Mr. President and also the Atlantic Council for the invitation. It is really an honor and privilege to be here again after a year. On the mindset, yeah, just what Tomasz just said, I think, and you as well. I mean, in very short, I think the alliance is the strongest and the best prepared, with the best ever developed plans, I mean, in the history, and with the highest number of member states that the alliance has ever had, who are sharing the same values, but also the same understanding what to do should an attack against one or more of its members happen. And this is, and I really mean it, and this is very important. And this is very important starting point. And many things are really, I mean, far beyond the expectations. Of course, not everything is perfect. And I would maybe say it's not only about the alliance, because the alliance is only as strong as the societies and the whole system. And I think that that what we are coping now with is to get back the muscle memory. And this might be a bit controversial, but I think what we need to do, and many states, and Poland in forefront of it, is we need to come back somehow to the Cold War mindset. Basically, we don't need to expect war, but we have to be prepared for it. We have to be ready to defend. And it means not only to have politicians who are brave to take certain decisions, but you have to have, and you mentioned it, the defense sector, that should switch much faster to understand that there's a threat. And if there is a threat, we do not have the comfort of waiting for 2 or 3 years and find some stimulus or something for them. We do not have the comfort just maybe to say, okay, we have forces, maybe 10% of them may be allocated somewhere. I mean, just imagine that the same situation would happen during the Cold War. We would have, if not tens of thousands of forces on the German Czech border, maybe hundreds of thousands. If something like what happened in Ukraine in 23 would happen, I don't know, something in the 70s or 80s. Now the reaction was very light, and I think the muscle memory, and we are gaining it. And sorry, maybe few more words. I always try to find some concrete examples from normal life, you know, like the runners, you know, we may have been great runners in the past, and then for 15 years we did not run, and now we decided let's run again. So what you need to do, you need to start running. It's painful, and you know, but if you want to compete again, you have to change your diet, you have to increase the mileage, and you basically you have to be running almost every day. And first you have to get up from your sofa and turn off the TV. We already start running. Some of the countries, like the Baltic countries, Poland, already added extra miles, but we still eat pizza in the evening, and it's so painful, you know, to get rid of the pizza, and instead of that, to get up and to go running. And I think what we need to do, not only to stop eating pizza, to change the diet, to add the extra miles, and to do it every day. And I think we're still somewhere, I mean, as a group of states, the 31 as a collective, I mean, we're still somewhere with, okay, I'd rather have the pizza because this is my comfort for the evening and not running when it's raining outside.
Let me build on this and turn to Yuri, because I feel sometimes I'm bipolar on NATO. At the same time, on the positive side, I see improvements are being made. The new defense and deterrence strategy, the new warfighting plans, the increase in defense spending, You know, we have 40,000 Americans deployed across Central Europe specific to respond to the challenge by Russia. But at the same time, here we are 2 years into this war. We have an alliance that has a combined GDP of $44 trillion. Russia has a GDP of maybe $1.2 trillion. The alliance has, you know, a combined defense budget of $1.2 trillion. Russia has a defense budget, at least a year or two ago, was about $90 billion. How is it that the alliance isn't helping Ukraine squash Russia in this kind of geopolitical, geoeconomic balance? Is that a reflection of a lack of will on the part of the West, on part of NATO?
Lack of will is, of course, a serious problem. But let me start by making a couple of points about Russia, because it is clear that President Putin wanted to conquer Ukraine very quickly, perhaps within 10 days, 3 weeks. He wanted to use only certain parts of the military and not to use at all or change or influence the civil society. Then he found out that this is impossible. He needs a society which is militarized, which is simple, which is like, you know, soldiers fighting behind him. And he has changed his society. And that's a big challenge, because democracies can never change societies like that. We cannot fight with Putin changing our societies to Putinesque societies. So we have to find strength in our own system, in the democratic system, which would allow us to face Putin. And we could do it. But I don't think the political leaders, with the exception of people like President Duda and others on the eastern flank of NATO, have really shifted their mindset to explain to their own people why this is important. When I look at TV programs, our leaders, political leaders, especially in Western Europe, they are talking of so many important things, green technology, changes in education. This is all very important. If you pick one of these issues and ask me, aha, Yuri, you don't think environment is important, then of course I have to say, obviously it's important. But if I ask myself, what is the biggest challenge of these generations which are sitting here in the room? It's this war, Russian war with Ukraine. So we have to change the mindset, explain to our own people why this is important, and then the kind of the strength, the inner strength of a democratic society, hopefully, sort of comes together and helps us. Because we have advantages everywhere. Technology, finances, industrial capabilities, everywhere you look. But of course, we also have to understand that, and here I come back to NATO, one of the questions is, I mean, we also need to change our approach in understanding warfare. I mean, Putin has found out that his strength is in volume. His strength is in volume, his strength is in huge amounts of soldiers and officers he is ready to send to the trenches and get killed. This is something which is so difficult to understand for a civilized society. And this will be something which is a challenge for NATO forces. I mean, we are talking about massive, if you will, killing fields. It's a big psychological challenge. How will we fight that? How will we fight that First World or Second World War type battle? I think that is something we have to grapple with and find proper answers.
Yuri, that is a profound statement, and it's a reminder of how brutal this war is and how unprepared I think mentally we are when it comes down to the realities of what we've returned to, high-intensity conflict. Let me ask, Petra, is NATO doing enough to support Ukraine? Should it be doing more? And here I'm talking about the alliance.
Look, I mean, there was this decision of NATO that it would not support Ukraine militarily. This is the starting point in which and against many other opinions, which I still don't believe in. I mean, that was one of the tests for the alliance, and I understand all the reasons why we did not do that. But when we speak about NATO helping the alliance, and I always try to involve the bilateral assistance, because NATO is not only the organization, the building, but it's 31 nations. But if you ask only about the alliance, then the beginning of the conflict, the first 2 years, basically 1.5 years. It was a non-military assistance by the political military organization. If you just write this into book and if you read it, and if you are 18 years old, a kid in 20 years, and if my grandchildren come to me and say, you were sitting there, just explain me, you were the most powerful military organization in the world, and you decided not to militarily support Ukraine. Please explain this to me. I would have difficulties. I can find many good arguments. I mean, if I was in a theoretical, rhetorical battle, but if it comes to real policy, myself, I still have problems just to explain to myself. Although I know the arguments. That's the first thing. Second, there's still many things to do, and where NATO is the best is the military planning. It's the NATO, what we call the NATO defense planning process, which is like how to put all the things together, including what Yuri just mentioned, just that the whole thing would make sense. And this is what Ukraine needs, maybe not immediately right now, but it needs for the years to come, because this is the only guarantee for Ukraine. It will be able, first, to defend itself, but also to meet the standards to become NATO member. And there should be no question whether or not Ukraine should become a NATO member. So I think this is one of the most important things now that NATO can do in the longer term. In the short term, there's many programs, financial support, buying things that are of non-military nature, which is still, in that basket, like military organization helping Ukraine. There are many other programs, but I think this is the core of it.
Thomas, would you want to add to that, or is there more things that NATO could be doing to support Ukraine?
I'm totally with Peter on this issue. It's not, I think, also not a secret that Poland has been advocating for a more robust role for the alliance, because indeed this seems to be an artificial Chinese wall. In fact, the alliance is, of course, affecting the war, for instance, by protecting the territories of countries that are critical to supporting Ukraine. And the fact that the critical supply routes are being protected by the alliance, of course, makes sense. The fact that some of the non-lethal training is taking part within NATO does have a role. But of course, I think there's no better way. And let me explain by the following: in the wake of the invasion, there was a decision to establish an ad hoc mechanism, the Ramstein Group. And I think this, of course, was the right move. We needed something flexible, to get together and everything. But then, as the war is entering the third year, we need something long-term. We need a structure that will allow us, first of all, to understand what is the picture. We sometimes have problem in understanding the picture. What are our capacities, joint capacities, in terms of how we can support Ukraine vis-à-vis the Russian ones? This is one. Second, how we can perhaps better organize ourselves so that supporting Ukraine will cease to be the beauty contest and will be more efficient, more long-term. So I don't think there's any other organization that could do it better than NATO. Otherwise, if it's not the case, we would need to somehow structure the Ramstein process, make it more structured. Yeah.
Yuri?
Let me just add to colleagues. I entirely agree with them. I think the first point I would like to make is that, of course, for NATO's existence and for NATO's credibility, the victory of Ukraine is crucial. Because it's not that when Ukraine loses, it's not only that Russia moves closer to us. it's also that West will show its weakness. West will make it absolutely visible to everybody that it's weak. And that will harm our deterrent strongly, because our deterrent is based on the idea of strength. And if we cannot manage that in Ukraine, then we'll all be in great difficulties. I very much agree with the fact that the assistance to Ukraine has been very ad hoc, not very well planned. And NATO could be a superb organization to handle that. With one caveat, we would have to build a mechanism which does not allow endless debates. I mean, we are all members of the North Atlantic Council. We have participated in endless debates. And assistance should be quick, effective, responsive to Ukrainian needs. So NATO should actually think of the ways where we can actually guarantee that. And we do not bureaucratize the whole assistance process. That's important.
You made a very important point, which is tying NATO's future, NATO's credibility, which ultimately is its future, to the outcome of this war. And, you know, I think in the first months after the invasion, the second invasion, or the second phase of the invasion of Ukraine back in February of 2022, you could make the case that Ukraine's not a NATO member. And so therefore, NATO's credibility is at stake. But I think as we approach the 75th anniversary, after $200 billion in largely NATO country assistance, after multiple summit meetings and ministerials in which we've asserted that, you know, Russia must be defeated. If Ukraine loses this, I think NATO's future, its credibility is going to be severely damaged. Tomas, let me go back to you and ask a question, because you're not just a policymaker, but you've also been a leader of an institute. You've been a thinker on defense and deterrence. Has Putin been able to effectively exercise nuclear coercion to keep NATO from doing more? And is that setting a dangerous precedent not only for NATO, but perhaps for stability well beyond Europe?
I would perhaps frame the answer a little bit differently. I think that the response to different impulses that we receive from Moscow has been the way we manage the escalation. So basically manage the escalation through different deployments, through the posture of our forces, but also through sort of apportioning our support to Ukraine. And perhaps I think we all agree right now that perhaps we were overly cautious in the course of the war. Let me just recall that had we been more generous, more forthcoming in 2022, perhaps the war would be in a different place. The Ukrainians would be in a much stronger position, and perhaps you know, that could lead to the end of the conflict being closer to us and on more just terms. So. Indeed, I mean, I would say we've been too cautious in terms of navigating in this conflict.
My colleagues,
yeah, of course, the decisions are always taken in some. They are not taken in isolated environments. There were so many unknowns that, you know, and that was a political decision to play it more, I would say, more cautiously than if we look now in retrospective, maybe was too much. That's the first point. Second, Putin failed in many ways. I mean, he had his perfect plans, and almost all of them just went in vain. But there was one that worked very well. I think he knew pretty well that if he starts, you know, to wrestle with nuclear weapons and all these threats, looking at the and I mentioned the comfort of the West, that he knew that we would get so scared that maybe we would not be that brave as maybe otherwise we could be. And I think in this calculation, he was quite right. And we reacted exactly as he expected. Maybe the third lesson from this is that if we have yet another conflict with anyone, especially a power as Russia still is, let us not define the red lines of the opponent without waiting for him to define the red lines. Because what we did was that we drew the red lines, which we thought Putin drew, And then we had our own difficulties to go over them, and only by time, which was, by the way, the most precious good at that time, we were just waiting, and then we tried to, approach the red lines. Then we tested it, and then we found out, okay, it's okay, it's not a real red line. Let's try to test the other one, but in few months. Just a year ago, we had a big discussion here whether the West should deliver tanks to Ukraine. Now, this debate seems ridiculous. At that time, it was the most sensitive question that we got sitting here on the same spot. So, and basically, it took us so much time just to approach the red lines, and we somehow forgot that it was us who drew the red lines and not him. And I think this is one of the biggest mistakes that we did. That we sometimes try to think for the others and imposing the threats on us without being imposed by the other side.
Projecting our values on our adversaries. And speaking of adversaries, let me turn to Yuri again. Tell me, what do you think Putin's strategy is now? How have his objectives evolved? How has his strategy evolved over the last 2 years?
Well, there are different aspects to it, but let me focus on one of them. I think Putin has understood that first, as I said, he wants to change his own society. But second, he wants to put this war in a much wider context so that he wouldn't be forced to fight it alone, if you will. If he would simply say, look, guys, I want Ukraine, and that's it. Then for other countries like North Korea or Iran, that wouldn't be such an interesting prospect. But if he says, guys, I want to change the world order, look like you would like it to have, with spheres of influence, with favorable conditions to dictators, etc., etc. Because people often say, oh, Putin wants to change the world order. But it's always interesting to ask, in what way? And of course, the way which would be beneficial to dictators all over the world. He has, in a way, created a much larger movement, if you will. And of course, that's why Iran, North Korea are with him. There are, of course, transactional interests, money, technology, etc., etc. But I don't think that's the main reason. So when one explains this like that, it becomes obvious how high the stakes are for democracies. Because if we are weak, democracies can actually lose the whole game, not lose only particular territories or particular geopolitical positions, but the whole game of how the world order is organized. The liberal world order will disappear. And it will be a world order with the face of Putin, or with Ayatollahs, or with Kim Il-jung.
I cannot resist just to say one more thing on the lessons learned that we heard during our visit in Congress in the U.S. And that was, on the escalation management and everything. And it was very simple truth and said, just name one conflict which was won without escalating on the side of the good forces. So, next time when we hear about escalation, just remember, if we just keep what it's right now there, we would never succeed, because if we do not escalate, we simply cannot win.
Yeah, it's not escalation avoidance, it's escalation management, which should be exercised.
One of the steps that the alliance is taking to enhance and strengthen this posture is the effectuation of a new strategy that was rolled out a couple years ago and approved by heads of state. And if I have it right, it's the concept for deterrence and defense in the Euro-Atlantic area. But this is a document that hasn't been released publicly. It's a document upon which now war plans are being developed and will likely be approved at the upcoming summit. You're all on the inside. You're in the Star Chamber. You're in the secret room, and you can see this. For those of us on the outside, particularly for the Three Seas countries who are on the frontier of this conflict, how will they know that something's different because of the implementation of the strategy? What will they see? What will our adversaries see that comes from this strategy and the war plans that will be approved? What's the tangible side that will be visible and touchable from these documents, from these plans, that will give us confidence the alliance is ready for whatever it faces? Tomas?
Yeah, sure. I think that the most tangible thing that an observer that doesn't have an access to classified information should see when we succeed in resourcing the plans, because plans have been approved by the heads of states and government already in Vilnius. Now the question is about resourcing them with the proper pool of forces, providing appropriate reinforcement concept, providing, adjusting the command and control structure, all those things. But the most tangible, I think, would be a certain logic in terms of the exercises. Basically, how we exercise, how we deploy, will be driven by the logic of those defense plans. So there will be a cohesion between our peacetime activities and possibly wartime, God forbid, but if we have to go into the conflict. So for instance, you should see same units exercising in same areas, because they should know their prescribed areas of responsibilities. We are going away from the logic of the previous era, where we were assuming that just a small portion of our forces is in high readiness, and they are ready to act anywhere, because in fact they were meant to act outside of the area of the of alliance. Nobody was thinking seriously about the defense of the alliance territory. Now we have to muster all of our forces. They need to know where they will be needed in times of the war. They need to practice that. So that should be visible in peacetime activities. But there, we're marching there, but it's still a challenge, because indeed it requires, for instance, giving up some of the national control. So, for instance, it requires that we will assign our forces to the control of the supreme allied commander, and this process isn't always going smoothly.
But much of that will be kind of hidden from public view. Will we be seeing larger scale exercises? Will we be seeing snap exercises? Will they not be occurring just in Western Poland, but in Eastern Poland, in Estonia, in Romania? No notice exercises, a more forceful presence in the Black Sea, if not in the Arctic. Will we be seeing that as a consequence of this new strategy? Go ahead, Yuri.
Just to start with, we will be seeing a number of large exercises. And of course, these exercises, as Thomas said, already are sort of exercising the plans. So if you are an expert and you look at the exercise, you broadly also understand what the plan is. And that's how it's supposed to be. Because, as Thomas said, we have to exercise how we fight. This should be the same. Now, the other very good sort of indicator is also what the countries are purchasing. Because we know now broadly the parameters of war and the huge risks we are having. So if I look at what Poland has purchased, it is absolutely clear, and which Poland will be purchasing, it's absolutely clear that this is responsive. It's responsive to the current risks, to the current needs. If I look at the purchasing lists of some other countries, I won't name them, then it's absolutely clear that they are not taking this acute risk seriously. And for them, buying stuff is more about commercial interest, buying from their own factory, providing jobs, rather than buying stuff which is necessary, which is clearly warranted. And let's be honest, we have to buy it from everywhere around the world. For instance, Estonia is buying South Korean howitzers. Poland is buying South Korean howitzers because they are good, they are relatively cheap, they are available, which is very important, because a lot of very fancy stuff is not available. You cannot buy it only after 5 years, perhaps. So that's the that's something which can be seen from those purchase lists. And finally, you mentioned SNAP exercises. I think this is something we are lacking, because the readiness is shown best not by exercises which are pre-planned a long time, and you can really arrange your troops, raise them to an appropriate level, then move them. I mean, it takes, big exercise, it takes a year to plan, 2 years, might be. For instance, in Estonia, we do SNAP exercises because we have a reserve army. So basically, you will get a call which says, basically, drop everything. You are being asked to join your battalion number this and that, and you have to be there in 6 hours. And people come. And we have done it now many, many times. And this is real stuff. This is real warfare. So I would advise all NATO countries to try SNAP exercises, because they are the best proof whether this actually works.
Just wanted to add, if I may, indeed, I wanted to bring up the Estonian example. Last year, I was indeed able to visit, thanks to Yuri, the Estonian national exercise, and indeed, it is remarkable how the system is organized, and we can take. I mean, we can follow this model. I think to some extent in Poland we've done it with the Territorial Defense Force, which indeed has one of the highest levels of readiness. But to another good point made by Yuri on the purchases, I would like to say that it's not just quality, but I would say first of all the quantity. I think that we had gotten the quantitative aspect of our readiness very much wrongly before, and I myself, even though I was saying that even when I was in charge of drafting the strategic defense review, I think still looking backwards, looking back, I think even I underestimated the challenge as it pertains to the ammunition stockpiles, for instance. So, if countries are not changing radically their approach to those issues, indeed, those countries are not taking seriously the threats that we are facing.
Yeah, and very good question from your side. And one of the biggest challenges with the plan, surprisingly, maybe, is not to draft them and maybe to execute them, but to try to find language that in plain speak would explain to people what they really are. We've been coping with this, and your question, even our answers, are also a good demonstration. This is so complex. I mean, when I compare them, and they are the most advanced plans probably that have ever been developed on this earth. And when I compare them to the previous plans, and I will use the example of Estonia, just not to speak about other countries who are not here. I mean, if Putin did another miscalculation, I think if he wanted to scare us totally, and of course, God forbid that would ever happen, but instead of attacking Ukraine in 2014, he had to attack, Estonia. Because based on those plans, when I see the biggest difference is the readiness of forces, but also, and I will come, what are the signs of the new plans, I think we would most probably not be able to defend Estonia from the very first minute and every centimeter of its territory. And we would have so many buchas, on the Allied territory just based on those plans, because we were enjoying the comfort so much. Now it's totally different. And the first sign, and my colleagues already mentioned that it's the forces in place. That's the easy sign. That's the equipment, as it was said. It's also temporal increase in numbers of forces. When we say it's not, any secret, we will train and we will exercise, how to increase the numbers. I don't know, from the battle group to brigade, maybe even over it, but all the structures, so people will see it. Then another thing that might be visible is the improvement of infrastructure, something that has been really under-resourced for so many years, because you may have the best forces on your territory, but if you're not able to get the other forces very quickly to reinforce and just to settle down, to eat something, to sleep somewhere, to use the warehouses and everything, these forces will not be able to fight. And that's the ammunition as well. This is very complex. It is not that sexy. It's not that visible. but it's much more important even than the numbers on the spot. So and you know, this is the complex of all the plans. The biggest difference now is that not only that we have the forces, as Mr. President said, permanent presence on the eastern flank, but also that we have forces ready in other allied states, being ready to come, I don't know, within 3 days. Not like, you know, when something happens, then we would sit down and discuss who would, you know, provide the forces, who would provide the logistics. Now, the new system is that when I need the forces, they will be there immediately, and the states must be ready for that.
I'll try maybe, because indeed I've noticed that for many people who do not have the insight for like day-to-day business within NATO, the actual state of the alliance, it's kind of difficult to grasp the scale of this revolution that happened within recent years, because they are like speaking about hearing about the plans, about the forces, and I think their reaction is, isn't that what the alliance should be about? And the answer is indeed. I mean, the scale of the achievement is big because not because of that we've come up with something new. The scale of the achievement is big because of how far we were from there. We actually we should realize how far we were from being an effective alliance throughout the years from the end of the 90s till 2014. Indeed, we demilitarized ourselves. It was an alliance without a military strategy, an alliance where you had to exert an enormous pressure in order to get an even like notional defense plans, where only small fraction of forces has been exercising to conduct some you know, I mean to be on a higher readiness. And when actually around 2014, actually it was fall 2013, when we had first exercise after many years that was devoted to collective defense. Its scale was 1,300. This is just negligible. So this is how come we far now. You know that we are conducting exercises on a scale of tens of thousands. We are conducting them according to plans, and we are again trying to resource all the might of all the allies. Something that the effective alliance should be doing.
Let me move on a little bit, because I've got one other question and I want to open up the audience. But this is an important point, and you know, when President Duda and his fellow heads of state of NATO convene in Washington, this will be one of the, I understand, one of the big deliverables. We've heard more in this conversation about the DDA than I've heard over the last 2 years from the outside. I think it has to be a real effort by the alliance to articulate some of the things you've been saying. So when this is rolled out in July in Washington, it's understood by the publics, and above all, understood by our adversary. With that being one of the deliverables, what I'd like to ask is, what should be the other deliverables in the Washington summit?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we look at the deliverables, first we always look at our own security. And just one remark on the DDA and the plans is why we are doing this. And one of the biggest deliverables for the summit in Vilnius, but also for the summit in Washington is, you know, Russia doesn't read the papers, and they don't need to read it. I mean, if we want to persuade Russia that and deter it from any attack or any attempt to attack us, they need to be convinced they have no chance, and they need to see that. And this is the outcome of the summits, of every summit, to show it. You know, you have no chance. Whatever you try, you have no chance, and you can see it. It's the SNAP exercise and everything. Of course, the number two. With the big surprise is Ukraine. I think we changed the mindset in the alliance in Vilnius, because until then the 2008 decision from Bucharest was like, yes, it's there. One day Ukraine would become NATO member. It was more like a folklore than a real policy. What you really could experience if you were sitting in the room is like how many states were really convinced that now Ukraine really embarked on the path towards the membership. There were many states in the alliance who just respected the policy or just took note of it, but have never supported it real. I mean, at that table there was a lot of support, and this is, I mean, I would call it the first steps of the final stage of Ukraine, Ukraine's way towards NATO membership. And we need to build on it, not only on the paper and not only discussing, whether we could find yet another stronger language or having discussions about the invitation, but it should be a gradual process based on what Ukraine is delivering. And so what we hope, and we're quite certain that Ukraine would come to the summit, they will have concrete deliverables, which would, because there is a tasking approved by the heads of state and government that, when the conditions are met, we will be in a position to decide what is the role of Ukraine, and what is our role is just to bring to the leaders to table that this is the facts, this is the progress, this is what we've done together. So leaders, please give us yet another instruction, or tell us, are you in place to decide about the invitation or about the membership? We would not do a good job if the leaders come to Washington and look at us and say, based on what can we decide whether to extend invitation or whether to say you're not prepared. So this is what we really need to work on towards the summit, and then would be one of the deliverables. Many others, I think.
I want to follow up definitely on this, because I have to say it's because of your countries and because of your presidents that we achieved something. The alliance achieved something that I hadn't seen in watching Ukraine's relationship with NATO over 30 years. This was the largest degree of support for Ukraine's aspirations I've ever seen, and it was largely because of Central European leadership on this issue. And I personally hope that will be the case again in the run-up to the Washington summit. But I know you wanted to jump in, but let me ask you, do you see Ukrainian membership in NATO not only as a key to sustaining stability and peace after this war, but as a key element of the win strategy to help Ukraine win this war?
I think it is part of the win strategy. And here's how I see it. Should be and is. I think here's how I see it. Ukrainians are fighting for democracy, for their freedom. As you remember, the whole conflict with Russia started when Ukrainians, when Yanukovych didn't want to sign the association agreement. And it led into a big revolution, etc., etc. Ukrainians are fighting, in a way, for us and for our organizations. They are proud, they want to be proud members of the European Union, and we have given them a signal that we welcome them. They want to be members of NATO, it's absolutely clear why, and we have to give them a signal that we take their future membership seriously. And this is a signal which should run from Ukrainian president up to, down to trenches, where guys who are fighting would understand, look, a better society, a better company is waiting for you. You are just not fighting for nothing, you're fighting for your future. I think that is the signal which the Washington summit can give, and we'll be working with our colleagues, with allies, to find a proper way of moving forward, to make a step forward. I would also very quickly come back to the defense and deterrence, because, just side remark to Peter, Estonia is not the only country which is at risk.
But I used you because you're sitting here.
Thank you. But as you said very well, when we started these debates in Madrid a couple of years ago, then the first move we made was to propose a new strategy, which was the strategy of forward defense. The strategy of forward defense was actually proposed by Central and Eastern Europe. Many in Western Europe, and even in the United States, were very skeptical about it. They told us, it's Cold War strategy, don't worry, we will come with our F-35s, we will shoot everybody, why are you dealing with this static stuff with armies? Aren't the armies sort of forgotten? Aren't they a thing of the past? And we explain to people that this is not the case, that if you don't want butchers on your territory, You have to fight from the first meter. And for that, you need the army. In fact, this conflict has revived the army as a branch of armed forces. It has been very difficult because, especially in Western Europe, armies were not a priority. People were focusing on very fancy air force, large ships, not the army. And finally, let me say this. The problem in Washington will be that we will make many important decisions when it comes to collective defense, but as you pointed out, none of it can be spoken about openly. I mean, this is all in secret documents, or most of it is in secret documents. One of the important projects which could be visible is the integrated air and missile defense, what we call rotational model of air and missile defense. That would be a very important step forward because, as the President said, protecting the air is a key issue. We see it now in Ukraine.
Let me take a couple, we have just a few minutes left, so I want to take a couple questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions? Just raise your hand and let me know. Mark Boris? Okay, I guess I'm left with, is there one back there? Yes. So, thank you. Let us know your name and please be concise and to the point.
George, the question is, what happened with the old-fashioned nuclear deterrent strategy? Is it not enough? And if we look back, we see that NATO increased in the past 30, 40 years, and the adversary decreased by size and by capacity. So to repeat the question, isn't the nuclear deterrent enough at this stage to prevent any escalation?
It's clearly not enough because for nuclear deterrent, there has to be a belief that this will be used at any different scenarios. And it's clear it will not be used. Nukes will not be used. So the deterrent, nuclear deterrent as a strategy in that sense is not credible. I mean, it's credible as a mean of strategic balance, but it's not credible on any particular territorial defense contingency. So we have to be flexible. Nuclear deterrent is important, but if we rely only on nuclear deterrent, then it's extremely weak.
Tomas?
I fully agree with that. I mean, my question would be to gentlemen to ask the question, would you like to be in a situation where to deter any aggression, we always need to threaten with a nuclear Armageddon, nuclear assured destruction? It's critical, it's indispensable, but it's got to be backed and built on the flexible range of options from conventional up to nuclear.
Right. Thank you. One more? I can't see you, unfortunately. I can see your hand.
Mr. Brezhnev and gentlemen, my name is Alexander, and the question is, what's NATO's end goal towards this conflict?
What is the end goal for this in the war between Russia and Ukraine?
I mean, NATO doesn't have an official end state because NATO is not part of the conflict. NATO as a group of countries is of course obliged by the UN Charter, Article 51, to support the country that is attacked. So of course this is to repel the aggression and to make the defense of the sovereignty, of the territorial integrity of Ukraine successful. That would be the one that I could try to derive, but of course, again, NATO doesn't state its own objectives in the conflict.
But Tomas, let me push you a little bit, and your colleagues jump in. I mean, I recognize the alliance is a consensus-based organization, so sometimes getting to full agreement is hard. But sitting from the outside, I think, can't one say it should be absolutely unambiguous that NATO ought to support Ukraine's war objectives, which is total territorial reconstitution? Because if you don't have total territorial reconstitution, you will have a war that would end it, that will have rewarded aggression, would have rewarded a Putin, and that sets dangerous precedents.
That should be the case. But I mean, NATO doesn't have what I was referring to. NATO doesn't have an official strategy in this conflict. We, as countries of the international community, we should indeed be bound by this objective.
Yeah, my personal opinion, but building on the NATO policies, because we stated that Ukraine should become NATO member, I think the goal for all of us is, because we know that the best scenario for the future, for the future years, is that we would have some sort of Cold War, which was quite stable and quite safe in a way. And this is the best scenario, by the way, not the worst one. And there's I mean one factor that we need to make a reality, that we need to have Ukraine in. So Ukraine needs to win this war in a way, and it's also up to them to define the victory, but in a way that we would be able to have Ukraine as a NATO member, because this is the factor whether at our border, I mean the NATO's border, there would be a country which is NATO member, and then there would be a wall where could we send troops as we used to, or they used to do with Germany and the Czech Republic. Because if Ukraine is not in, then we would have the NATO border, and then we would have a large belt of instability, which would be absolute threat to our security, because it would not be a stable Cold War. It would be a lot of instability having Ukraine outside. So basically, our end state should be to have Ukraine in NATO, and we have to do everything possible for Ukraine to be able to become NATO member.
Which, by the way, is a stated NATO policy, so we can actually say it is.
Exactly. Well, to be totally honest about it, if you would ask every NATO member, you would probably get many different answers. Some of them are very nuanced, like as long as necessary, or to give Ukraine the best position to negotiate. Some countries are saying that. I think the opinion of Eastern European countries, Poland, Baltic states, Slovakia, is very clear. I mean, victory means complete freedom to the Ukraine, for the Ukrainian territory. It means NATO membership. It means also, especially looking from NATO's point of view, it also means that we ourselves have created what I would call policy of containment. Because Russia, even if Russia loses, its intentions will remain the same. So we need a long-term containment approach where NATO, of course, as during the Cold War, will play a very important role. But again, let's be honest, if we are using the word containment in NATO corridors, not everybody is happy. So it's a work in progress.
So I've got almost just a little over 2 minutes before we have to close. I want to go through one lightning round with the last question. What does NATO need to do or accomplish between now and July to ensure that this anniversary summit is one that will signal NATO's continued success in the future? Tomas?
Well, source the plans properly, prove that we mean what we said when it comes to deterrence and defense, send a strong signal that we are implementing what we promised to Ukraine in Bucharest and then in Vilnius, send also a strong signal to the entire world that we are open for partnerships with countries from other regions, like also in the Pacific, the countries that are bound by similar values and similar perception of the world order. And I think that would be a successful summit. Yeah.
Peter?
And just building on what Tomasz said without repeating, just to demonstrate we really mean it for everyone who's looking at us, that we really mean it, and also to continue with the change of mindset. Our military commanders have already changed their mindset. They are preparing for war. We need to continue with this change of mindset also in the political part of NATO, because this is part of deterrence. When Russia looks at our plans, our actions, they will say, well, we have no chance, and that the same goes to Ukraine. Russia needs to know two things. One is we have no chance to win any war against NATO. Second, Ukraine's path towards membership is irreversible. And third, we will not win the war in Ukraine. This is the path to peace that simply they would be sure they cannot win.
We have 6 months. but we can already spoil the Washington summit in the first month. If we do not get the European Union financing for the arms purchases and for the civilian support of the civilian society in Ukraine, if the US Congress doesn't approve the 60 billion package, then, I mean, the Washington summit will be only a polite gathering with fancy meetings, nice parties, but it will be empty. So in a way, the fate of the summer Washington meeting will be decided in the next 2-3 weeks.
I just have to add my own. It would be if we want a successful NATO summit in Washington, we have to have Ukraine on a clear path to victory by that time. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your insights.